Fillin' Reg, trying to keep it real instead of what you usually get from these talking heads. It's Grapsody, we're here to fill the void. 3 black fans, different perspective, gotta fill your voice. Coming with the podcast, talking majors, indies in between. Yeah, it's all that, and we're down with Fightful, better fall back. Coming for respect, we connect like a ball bat. No need to double check, these are all facts. You're listening to us talk raps. You're listening to us talk raps. Will, Phil, and Reg. Yeah, we're Grapsody, here to talk raps. Yeah, we're Grapsody, here to talk raps.
Hi, it is I, it is him. This is Grapsody. I'm Phil Lindsey. Of course, it's Righteous Reg in the building. What's going on, brother?
Your favorite rapper, your favorite writer, your favorite podcaster. It's Saturday morning. Media man, Grapsody, podcast, Philip Lindsey. I'm feeling good today so far this morning. How are you?
Yeah, it's still very, very warm here for August. So
That's what's up.
Still hasn't quite hit us yet. This summer is basically over. But yeah, it's been cool. It's been a week. It's been a week of wrestling news and other stuff, but I have been putting my phone down and not paying attention to a lot of this stuff and going outside.
Feet to the ground, touching grass, as they say, forgetting about all the troubles that exist every single second, it feels, on the internet and beyond. It's annoying, honestly. It's too much. Like, we shouldn't be absorbing this much information. I think, Phil, it's our brains can't handle it.
I saw what time it was immediately when I made a joke and people were like in my mentions. I was like, yeah, nah, never mind.
Can't do this.
I see you guys are being weird. Let me get out of here.
Everybody's being so weird. Let me go drink some coffee and forget about these crazy people who only exist to do this. And when you my feelings have changed with the news that 75 or 76% of Twitter is bots. So I'm like, 3 out of 4 of these fools are fake. So it doesn't affect you the same when you know that there's robots that are saying these cruel things to you.
Yeah, some of it is bots, some of it is just people just being.
Some people are just awful. Also, it's a terrible time to exist in.
Yeah,
don't like it, and I also hate it. But beyond that, what's up?
Yeah, got a new JIT album. I ran it through all the way last night. It's pretty good. I think Clip set the bar high, man. Clip still feels like the album to beat this year. I'm still playing the Freddie Gibbs a lot, but yeah, the JIT's pretty good.
I like the JIT album a lot. I haven't gotten through the full thing, but most of it that I heard is like, okay, this is what I expected from JIT. There's some great features. He's rapping. There's a gazillion bars on this album. But yeah, I think exactly what you're saying, Phil. The clips set the bar so high that like their rollouts, the album, the video, everything surrounding it just felt so hip hop and the feeling that we want to feel. And it's a replayable album. Like, you can continuously go back to it and it still feels so fresh. And music doesn't work like that these days. After 3 listens, you're like, all right, nice knowing you. Let me go back to this other shit. But the Clips has been like consistently a great album. I get a new song off of it every time I listen to it. It's incredible.
Yeah. FICO is still favorite song of the album. Yeah, just a great album. So a lot of singing on the JIT album.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a clip going around of him singing at his live show and sounds pretty good. So yeah, I figured we'd get more singing on the album. Not saying that that's a bad thing, but it's definitely a very different JIT album than the last album.
That's been kind of the progression I felt of his career. Like the first album, The Never Story, he had like 1 or 2 songs that were just like straight singing. And the last album had like 4 or 5 of them. Now it just like seems like it's progressing into like now half the album is singing, and it seems like he's getting into that bag. And I'm not mad at it. It's not a bad thing at all. But you know, like when Clips is on and it's all bars and it's all that, and Gibbs is on and all that, you kind of expect that. But I'm not mad at him. Definitely a great rapper. I see him doing the he is definitely doing the media run, and I saw him on the Budden
The New York?
spot and the all kind of other little media outlets, and I'm not mad at it.
Ooh, that boy Joe Budden. That guy was mixy this week, buddy. He was outside.
There was like 5 or 6 different interviews just this week with those guys.
That guy Joe Budden was mixy this week out at Raw, hanging out with Kaz, like Method Man, and all these other names he dropped that were also at that show with him. A lot of people that I mean, it was in Brooklyn, so you'd expect like a lot of New York hip hop guys, but the name dropping he did when he was talking about it on his podcast, like Havoc being there and like DNA was sitting next to Method Man. DNA, I expect, because DNA is
he's always.
But some of the other names he dropped, like some people that your average person probably wouldn't know, like names of guys that like used to work at Complex and all these other places. It's like, yeah, oh, I see. I've been trying to tell y'all what Netflix is doing with these shows. I see exactly what's happening here.
Dog. Joe talked about wrestling on their podcast too. He was at SummerSlam. I'm like, I see. No, I see.
I saw what time it was. Before Joe showed up, Jay was on the Marl and Rory podcast, and then Imani and Ice were at SummerSlam. They were talking about SummerSlam. Queen Flip is already, he's already a big wrestling fan. So when I saw all of these people talking about it, I was like, oh, this is they were letting us know he was gonna touch down eventually. This was all the herald showing up to let us know Galactus will be upon us soon. And sure enough, Joe Budden was front row at Raw. Still very wild to see it with his like ruby encrusted Yankee fitted.
It gave me feelings because it's funny enough. Denise and I watched the first Dynamite this week, and right there, smack that front row, West Side Gun. I was like, there's so many times that you can watch in the last 5 years a wrestling show, and West Side Gun is in the front row, whichever company, it didn't even matter. And there was probably 2 max times maybe that they acknowledged him, and like he was continuously putting on for wrestling. He had to start his own wrestling company. It was so disrespectful what they were doing to him. And now for every still celebrity to be out there, they're like, actually, Joe Budden from the Joe Budden podcast is here. It's just like a funny transition from where we were.
Yeah, when he used to put those tweets out there about how much he felt disrespected, I was like, well, I don't know. The longer time has gone by, the more I've been like, oh no, they had you fucked up over there.
Yeah,
I get it.
Right.
I get it. I with the Netflix deal and like how many celebrities are over there now, and you constantly see people front row waving, like that's a big part of the show now.
Waving.
I see exactly why he felt the way. Also, just how funny life is, and the wealth that West Side Gun is a part of. When we saw this guy in Texas, I looked down at his feet. He had on these fire pink Jordan 5s on, and I told him, I was like, yo, those are hard. They're just now putting those online, and like, yeah, these will be back. These will be out August 14th or whatever. And this guy already had them at All In Texas.
When we were where we were, there wasn't any moments where I felt like we probably shouldn't be in this area. But when he was around with this gigantic chain and his gear, I was like,
entire entourage with him. Just
I was like, should we be over here? I don't know. Like, this guy's on a different level. It doesn't. It's not the same as the guys that are standing over here. So yeah, I felt those emotions seeing Joe Buddens and all these people on there. Seeing Joe Budden from the Joe Budden podcast with the graphic is just like, what?
Hilarious. And like I said, he was mixy. He was in a little
Very
Netflix
mixy.
bodega thing. I saw a lot of people getting selfies with him. It's funny, man. Just
also
funny
how he's changed his image, because this guy was hip-hop enemy #1 for a while, and now he's like mixy and people want to see him in spaces, and he's a completely different guy than he was previously. Is also hilarious.
I saw someone also say no matter how much money this guy makes, he's still gonna give you these wild fits. And I was like, absolutely, because that's who he is. He's the fits are still gonna look crazy. Yeah, I thought that immediately when I saw him front row with his hat on. I was like, this guy, man.
And whatever that shirt was, 1-800-butts or something, he had a wild shirt on too. I was like, I don't know what this. The fits might have gotten wilder with the more money. Honestly, I mean that would make the most sense. So, wrestling this week was I don't. Every time something comes out, I'm like, all right, that makes sense. The WWE's like, because UFC and TKO were originally the celebrity wave show, and now WWE can do it on a weekly basis. Like everywhere they go, they could have celebrities in the crowd waving. So I see it.
Yes, it's a weekly occurrence thing. I noticed it right away after the move to Netflix. Things changed, and things changed a lot quicker than I thought they were going to change. It's quite crazy. But yeah,
it's almost like a variety show now. It's like WWE is like SNL. That's another story for another day. I think. You know what I mean? Like how they move, like how they're moving. I see it. I'm with you. Like it's so funny. One of the worst times in WWE history for me where every week they started doing celebrity guest hosts. That's coming back. That's going to be back soon, right?
Maybe not the guest host thing, but they keep trying to tell us anybody can do this. They keep trying to focus on, come get in this ring. And so I think that is now going to be an annual occurrence, some celebrity wrestling. That just feels like that's going to be the thing now.
Yeah, I saw how Jelly Roll's been talking. I'm like, oh, he's about to get a bunch of his friends in here. The way that he was like, they're so accommodating and I'm doing all this and they're making it like the easiest thing in the world. I'm like, oh, hell of people are about to be in here now.
Yeah. Send us your super chats. That is the best way to get your chat read on the air. You can also send us a Humper Chat, humperchat.com/Fightful.
Yes, always appreciate your support on either the super chats or Humper Chats. Send them in, get them read here on the air with your boys. So let's get into a couple of them before we move forward. The homie Van Twinblade says out the gate, F the Fed, F Triple H, F Bork Laser. Thanks F for Thanks F for AEW and New Japan for giving us real wrestling. Grapsody meetup at Wrestle Dream. Where and when, Phil?
I don't know. I definitely will be at Wrestle Dream. Well, I haven't made like concrete plans, but as of now, the plan is to be at Wrestle Dream.
Because it's just like what, a train ride away?
Yeah, it's very close. Quick plane ride. It's super close.
When AEW released, they're like, this is the rest of the year pay-per-view schedule. I was like, Midwest, y'all just having a nice little time for the rest of the year, huh?
It's a Midwest swing. Wow.
I was both angry and impressed. I was like, you know what? Y'all got it.
Yeah.
Appreciate that, Van Twinblade. Cool Fool 1980 says, do y'all like Houston rappers like Zero, Slim Thug, and Bun B?
Listen, I used to play the Slim Thug album, Already Platinum, all the time.
Yeah.
When that album came out, that album was hard. Like I thought for sure he was gonna be like one of them guys coming out of the South at one point. I'm surprised he didn't have a follow-up, but that album was so good.
They were saying he was Southern Jay-Z for a minute, and I was like, we should probably relax, I think.
All right, let's calm down. But yeah,
when Mike Jones came out, like it was Texas all the way. Like we were going crazy. Like him, Paul Wall, all the guys were like there. But of course, Bun B, Pimp C, UGK, like that's hip hop history.
Yeah, there was a time period where Houston was having their run. Like, Bun was out at the same time, and then like all the Swisher House guys, they were definitely having a run. Mike Jones, like you said, Paul Wall, Sitting Sideways is It's a classic record in my opinion. Paul Wall with the Intercontinental title in the video, like,
something about Sitting Sideways just like hits perfectly. I don't know if it was the time, The space, the video, the flow, everything about it was perfect.
Yeah, that beat. There's the remix or the mixtape version with the whole verse on it, and love Houston music. And I've never gone to Houston and not had a good time. Great food. If you've been there, the women in Houston. Yeah, always a good time in Houston.
I went to Houston. I was like, "Oh, okay, this is what they're talking about. I see it with my eyes."
I love Houston, bro. Like,
great place.
It's definitely what you think when you get out there. I see a lot more rims than I see up here anymore. I don't see as many rims in Chicago anymore.
Swanging.
But when I go to Houston, I see rims everywhere.
Yeah, it's definitely the culture. You definitely feel that what these rappers that you're describing here, Cool Fool, you feel that what they're talking about when you're in Houston. Great part of hip hop history, great part of current hip hop. So it's always up with the Houston guys.
Yeah, Scarface I think is one of the greatest of all time. Probably the greatest Houston rapper, like easily.
Yeah. He's so many. I hear him consistently in people's not only top 5, but number 1 that it's hard to deny. Like the greatest rappers of all time are like, oh yeah, Scarface is the reason I'm doing this. And you hear it so consistently. Appreciate that, Cool Fool. The homie Grapple Geekery said, missed last week's watching Fantastic Four and Superman back-to-back. Phil was right about Galactus. Also, love for folks who cover wrestling for a living this year.
Yeah, man. I kind of want to see Fantastic Four again. It was that fun. I finally got to see Superman this week. Really fun movie. I said on Twitter, I believe is the best Superman movie ever made.
Oh, wow.
I stand by that. I know people have nostalgia for the 70s movies. I like both of the Donners movies, but this is the best one.
That's what's up. It seems like they've been trying for so long to get it right. And when there's a Superman, people always bring up the Nicolas Cage Superman, and that's always funny. So it's like they've been trying to get it right. And to hear you say that is great. I think I'm going to actually watch this.
Yeah, very fun movie.
Appreciate that, Grapple Geekery. The homie Meet Normus says, sup partners, apparently God does like ugly since the Fed still raking in money despite moral bankruptcy and a lacking product. Jeez Louise.
Yeah.
More money.
Yeah. Okay. We'll get into some of that stuff. Before I forget, shout out to Jonathan Gresham. Glad that he is doing better. The stuff they talked about on his Twitter last night was pretty scary. If you have not seen it, he said that he had 2 strokes. He had to call an ambulance on his own, and just like that ring cam thing he put up of them coming and getting him out of his house looked horrible. So I'm glad he's okay. I'm glad that he had people by his side, and hopefully there are no complications with that. As somebody has more than one family member that's had strokes, and sometimes people are just never the same after they have a stroke. And so hopefully he's okay. Hopefully there are no more complications with it. Wish him a quick and complete recovery.
Yeah, definitely sending love out to John Gresham. Seeing that tweet was shocking, honestly, for someone that's such a young guy and fit and what you think is doing all the things that would not cause something like that, and to find out that he had 2 and the story behind it, and super duper love to his wife Jordan Grace, who sprung into action as he described there and has been by his side for all of it, every moment of it. It seems very lucky that he has a partner like that. Speedy recovery, hopefully, to Jonathan Gresham. Strokes are not anything to play with. And I've also had some family members that had that, and it's like Phil describing, some could be a completely different person, it feels at points. So hopefully John's all good. It seems like he's in good spirits and things at the moment. So that's good to hear. Let me bring Meet Normus' thing back up because we got into the John Gresham thing. But yeah, we're definitely going to get into the big money hustlers and what they've been doing this week. it's funny you do a morally bad thing and things that the timeline and the internet everybody was upset at, and then announce that you made a Billy like the next day, and it's like, what does any of this matter?
Yep.
I appreciate that, Meet Enormous. The homie Leonard Aarons III says WWE equals lawsuit Aubrey, AEW equals Kendrick. If you know, you know.
I don't think anybody in this industry is Kendrick.
Mm-mm.
I don't know.
Wouldn't describe anybody that way,
No.
I think. But I hear you. Because I did see that a lot this week, and it's not because I hate that people think there's only 2 wrestling companies in the world, and when you say WWE bad, that means AEW good. That's not completely the story. Like, AEW is good on its own separate thing, and it's not good because WWE is bad.
Yeah, I saw some very weird tweets in that regard, and I just was like, yeah, nah, let me get out of here.
A lot of windows were jumped out of this week, Phil. Like, a lot of windows. I was like, y'all doing that? Like,
nah, you don't have to do that.
Even seeing it this week with somebody posted like, make sure your favorite content creator is good or something, blah, blah, blah. These people that you support. And I was just like, you guys put your eggs in a lot of baskets that you probably shouldn't have. Like Phil and I talk for 4 hours a week all the time, and you not have a lot of time with us, but like, Phil could be like, you don't know what Phil could be. You don't know what I could be beyond these personalities. So even, you know what I mean? Trying to put your eggs even in our stock, you don't know. I could be like some feet fool.
Some feet fool. Can you imagine like Brock's music comes on and I just like turn into Brock Lesnar guy, like, yeah, just like jumping out of my seat.
Somebody take a random video of you and you're just marking the fuck out for Brock. That Lana video, you saw that?
No, I didn't.
Lana, there's a video of Lana reacting to Brock Lesnar, and you would have thought her dad came back to wrestle. She was so excited.
Yeah, look, people are gonna be excited. It's Brock. I don't know.
He wasn't criminally indicted, is what I heard. So it's not the same. What charges are brought against him, Phil?
I saw some of those tweets and I just was like, again, let me not. I just, everything don't need my 2 cents sometimes. I saw things being said and I was like, yeah, I don't think that's the immediate thing you should say, but all right.
All week I was just thinking, we can't be this deep in the trenches, you guys. Like, there has to be a line. Like, I love pro wrestling. It's my favorite thing in the whole world. But there's a line here. There's a time where I'm like, you know what? Wrestling takes a back burner to this real shit. And there's just so many people, Phil, that's not the case. They're like, wrestling is first. What do you mean?
Yeah. Some of those tweets that I saw, I was like, listen, man, you're going to have to delete that later, man. You're going to have to delete that later. It's not going to stay up. I know it's not going to stay up, man. Come on. You gotta relax. I know in a moment you feel like you should tweet this, but it's okay. You do not have to tweet that.
As soon as the sun was out, click on that tweet. Nothing to be seen here. Yeah, that shit gone, brother. You don't. What are you? And what? None of these people even work for. All right, just okay. Just be careful out there, old timers. The homie T. Daniel Barber says, coming in a little late, but this Jid album, though. Yeah, the Jid album, I definitely need to sit down with it a little bit more and absorb it. But it's definitely great raps on there.
Yeah, good album so far.
You saw some of the clips from the Joe Budden podcast and him talking about the J. Cole apology and kind of all the stuff surrounding it.
Yeah, I don't know what people expected because J. Cole's his guy. So, of course, he's going to be like, I wasn't disappointed with him. I thought it was interesting that he said, I was surprised he even put the diss record out because that's just not even in his character.
Yeah,
which sounds about right. But yeah, I saw that. Yesterday, I saw that clip of Maul continuing to try to drive home this point that basically that the Drake made the Migos. And it's like, look, man, and Offset was like he stamped us, and he's right. And at one point during the interview, he's like, "I'm the artist. This is coming from the artist." Nobody was ever denying that Drake stamped them, that Drake put them in more people's ears, that he gave them more exposure than any other artist. But when you say nobody would have knew who they were without Drake, that's just not true.
They were saying two completely different things is the thing. And like,
yeah,
Maul was like, yeah, he's confirming when I said like, no, you were saying that no one would have ever heard of the group at all without Drake. And that's completely different than he stamped us. Cause like I had knew about Migos before the Drake record. So they were out here. It wasn't like they were some dumb losers.
Nah, Bad and Bougie is what put them on the map for me. The Commando record, and like what is basically like the most Migos flow comes from the Commando record. Like, nah, bro. If you're a hip hop fan, I get for some people, yeah, he made them a household name. Sure, but to be like nobody would knew who they were, like, come on, dog.
That's crazy. Funny, the landscape felt like this week. Everybody going to the different podcasts because there's some people that were doing Joe's and Maul's and Rory's, and like the 520 Jeff Teague guys were on both, and it's like it's so funny how like the rollout and all the press run is now just podcasting.
Yeah. Jeff Teague responding to Homegirl that said that he wasn't that great because he said something about Caitlin Clark. And what he said about Caitlin Clark wasn't even crazy.
No.
I didn't even understand why it warranted that kind of response. But I think more people should respond the way that he did when he's like, well, listen, if you didn't agree with my take or my point, you could have just pointed out why my take was wrong. Like, if you think she's already great, tell me why. What does me not being that good have to do with that? Like, you immediately try to jump on me instead of disproving my point.
Sounds familiar, Phil, because it happens to us all the time over here. It's like, oh, you're not coming with you're attacking me. You're not coming with the counterpoint to what I was saying.
Yeah, and that's why I think more people should respond that way. I thought it was hilarious that he said she looked like Reba. I was on the floor. He was like, yeah, my mom used to watch this show all the time.
I just hate how it's like this guy was a good basketball player. Like, he was in the league for a long time. Like, he played. He has the right to say all the things that he does. And so when he says something they disagree with, they're like, well, what about your stats? And it's like, that's not really what this is, though.
Yeah.
What about yours? Look at this. You never.
Yeah.
And that's his whole thing. That's his whole. If you've listened to him at all, he's like, I wasn't the best player, and nobody's ever trying to say that.
I had dinner with my dad Wednesday. It was one of these days this week. I think it was Wednesday, and he goes, yeah, I started listening to that Jeff Teague podcast because you kept saying it was funny. And he was like, yeah, I had to stop listening after they were talking about Brian on that episode. I said, I know that.
Oh, yeah.
They're Brian fans over there, man. Like, I'm sorry. But yeah, I think a lot of times that podcast is really funny.
It's incredible. Like, I always see clips of it in reels, and every single time it makes me laugh super hard.
Yeah.
And him running the LeBron, the steroid thing, and he did it again this week with Mike Bibby. I saw a video,
bro.
Exactly the same.
He got the call. There's no way he didn't get the call because he immediately came back like, whoa, the cat got out of the cage.
It felt like they did an emergency pod or something, or like he was immediately like, actually, nah, I didn't say. Actually, like, hold on, y'all were. What happened?
We were wilding.
Oh, you don't play like that. Like, the news cycle I saw, and then like legit, he was like, no, sorry, just kidding. I was joking. Do you guys watch my pod? Put it into the right context.
He probably looked down on his phone and it just said clutch sport in capital letters. Like, wait, hold on, buddy. Hold on a minute, player.
Whoa. Clutch sports. Great pod, though.
Oh.
Oh man, the homie Shot-Town Spurs says, kind of shocked in a year where Tyler and Clips have dropped incredible albums. This Jid one might be my favorite. What a summer for hip hop.
Yeah, a lot of good music this summer.
That's what's great about it, man.
Yeah, I still haven't really digested the Tyler album because there's so much music out.
Yeah, I haven't I haven't fully observed that one yet either, just because every time I'm like, all right, it's time, then there's another great album coming out. There's another. Oh no, the Joey got pushed back. I was like, where's the Joey album at? But I forgot about that dumb controversy that happened.
Yeah.
Damn
yeah.
artists. Damn
what do you call
record labels.
Yeah.
Appreciate that, Shot-Town Spurs. The homie Van Twinblade also says, y'all see Don Da Don get the singer from Dragon Force for the English dub of the Exorcist metal band in the latest episode. 10 out of 10 episode.
I have not. I still have yet to see an episode of Dan to Dan. So, yeah. Sorry, man.
Oh, Dan to Dan. My bad, Dan Van Twinblade. Yeah, definitely check out Dan to Dan. Appreciate that. Grapple Geekery says, prayers, positive ways, and cross fingers for Gresh, Colby Carino, Switchblade, Buddy, and others recovering. Heard Kevin Koo was hurt at DPW today, too. Oh, no.
Yeah. Buddy just went in for surgery. Hopefully, speedy recovery for him as well. It sounds like the Switchblade injury is more serious than we think based off of Tony Khan on what do you call it? The Barstool podcast with Robbie.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, hopefully he'll be back soon. I don't know exactly what's going on there, but doesn't sound great.
Yeah, love out to Colby Carino too. There's a GoFundMe out to support him and his neck injuries. Wrestling is fucked up, you guys. Like, we talk every single week about seeing amazing matches, seeing great shit. We're going to talk about New Japan. We talk about AEW. Like, weekly basis, we're seeing some of the hardest, craziest matches of all time, and injuries are going to come along with the hardcore ass style. This is why everyone should listen to Bret the Hitman Hart. Don't do that. Bret is so funny. He does a Bret quote and people are like, why would he say that? I'm like, have you ever listened to Bret the Hitman Hart?
The most Bret clips and the most Bret quotes that you'd expect. Like the one going around this week about Punk, I was like, yeah, that fits him. I don't know. Quite clear at this point that Bret and CM Punk are quite fond of each other. I don't know.
Why are people mad at him? Like, you don't well, yeah, of course. It's a mutual admiration.
Yeah, I saw some people like, it's clearly Will Ospreay. I'm like, you think Bret Hart is at home watching Will Ospreay matches? Like, what would make you think that's happening?
After he says, I hate people who be really hitting in wrestling and shit, he not watching no Ospreay matches, dog. Come on. Mm-hmm. And I'm not mad at it. He like I said on the internet, Bret Hart can say whatever the fuck he wants. Half of these guys are stealing all his shit. Appreciate that, Grapple Geekery. And then Meat Norma says, I'm too drunk to taste this chicken. Colonel Sanders and Brock Lesnar. Don't know if ESPN has done their due diligence on this one.
I'm too drunk to taste this chicken. It's hilarious. Talladega Nights is just all-time great movie. I think that's from Talladega Nights, right?
I think so. Chime in, Meat Normus.
It's definitely a Will Ferrell quote.
Yes.
I think it's Talladega Nights.
Yeah. Just a bunch of we got a lot of stuff to get into. Appreciate you, Meat Normus. That's all of our super chats for now.
We got some humper chats. I think
humpers, the humpies, my humps. Check it out.
Yeah, Meat Normus is confirming that is Talladega Nights.
Mm-hmm. Great movie. Great flick.
See, we got a humper chat from Tony P. He says, it's been a rough week for me, so I'm going to try to keep it short. WWE has been the worst it's been off and on screen this year during this week. Dynamite had really good in-ring like normal. Petty of the week is short, holeless one Big Stoke, bro. That Stokely promo was hilarious.
He became a viral clip. I've been seeing him in not wrestling spaces, and it's been hilarious. And I'm like, well deserved on the guy getting a couple lines in a promo with FTR and getting a short, bald, and get no hose. Amazing. I died.
Yeah, so suppose we should get into SummerSlam. SummerSlam did take place Saturday and Sunday, first 2-night event in SummerSlam history. At MetLife Field, there, like you were saying earlier, a lot of celebrities in the building, a lot of what you'd expect from WWE shows at this point. At one point, they were showing the John Cena stuff, and you could see Russell Wilson ringside, like taking pictures with his kids. It just was like, just wow. This is wrestling. I mean, there's always been celebrities at WWE shows, but it just feels like it's more than it's ever been, and it's like they do so much to like emphasize it now.
Yeah, there's consistently been stuff throughout the years, but now it's like they got a camera on Drewski, and he's part of. It's like it's also out loud and in your face, and I'm not mad at it because wrestling is super popular, and that's how you make it even more. That's how you grow it into bigger spaces. It's just interesting.
I was saying the other day, I think that WWE right now has expanded its pop culture imprint like exponentially within the last year.
Yeah.
And I mean, you see it mentioned a lot more on other outlets, on like it's a good thing. Some of the trying to chase viral moments ain't really for me, but I do think it seems like wrestling is, in a lot more spaces, and it seems like it's more like what it was in the late 90s.
I mean, 5 years ago, we wouldn't have heard Joe Budden talk positively about going. He never would have went, and he wouldn't have talked positively about going to a WWE show. It's just a different time. Now you're getting like when Kai Cenat goes, he talks about his great experience he had on his show and Speed. Like all these people are now bringing it to their platform and doing different things with it. It just moves so differently now. And like, that's what they always wanted. And that's, I think pop culturally, it might be the most it's ever been in so many different outlets.
Yeah. Might be. But yeah, Drewski did the video package at the beginning. That's just to set the table. And then SummerSlam host Cardi B opened the show. And it kind of felt like, did they just pay Cardi for night one? And then she did like the opener, and then she didn't do anything else. She was in the crowd later. They showed her during the Jade match, but then just disappeared the rest of the weekend. Did not see her on night two. I was like, okay.
Just what you said there. You like, first they started out with a Drewski video intro into Cardi B coming out. It's like, wait, we're talking about a WWE show or the BET Awards? Like, what the hell's going on? It's crazy. No, at one point Cardi tweeted, "Meet me at the WWE Superstore," and they were in the middle of the show. I'm like, I don't think anybody's gonna meet you at the Superstore right now, Cardi.
Yeah, Cardi was outside. Yeah, then Cardi wasn't outside. It was blinking, you missed it.
Good for her. Get that bag and get out of there. She looked good too.
Yeah, that video of her backstage and she's talking to Logan Paul and Randy Orton, and she's like, "Wait a minute, are they supposed to be on camera together?"
See,
yeah.
Cardi, the only one trying to keep kayfabe around here.
Yeah, Cardi. Yeah, it seems like she was having a good time. She was yelling at the camera at the beginning of the show, and I was like, "Oh, your voice is gonna be hoarse later.
You're out of here. You're gone." When they showed her during Jade, and then she immediately stops for Tiffany. Like, no, she knows exactly who she's here to cheer for. She knows exactly what her job is.
Yes. We open night one with the tag match. Roman Reigns and main event Jey Uso took on Braun Breaker and Bronson Reed. I thought that this was a pretty strong match. 21 minutes. That kind of shows if you're going to put Roman on first, you're going to give him a lot of time. I thought at least the best thing about this is they at least finally gave Roman some character development with Jey. It wasn't like they just came out and had the regular match, didn't acknowledge any of their history together. You could see throughout this match that Jey is his own man now, and Roman had to acknowledge that. I thought that it was very telling that Jey Uso got the pin for his team. Roman Reigns sacrificed himself to help Jey win. We have not seen Roman do that for anybody in at least 5 years. So I thought that hit. But overall, I thought it was a strong match. It was a good way to open the show. Jey Uso is a cheat code now to open the show. He comes out and does his entrance, warms up the crowd, and it hits every time.
I think the most interesting thing about this match and Roman this year is the way that they've been utilizing him. They actually been utilizing him to put over people now instead of what was going on for the last 5 years where it all was like, for me, like in character and kind of the vibes around the people watching the show. Now it's like he's here, he's going to get his big pop, he's the big guy, but he's going to put somebody over, add extra emphasis to somebody that deserves it, like Jey Uso or somebody in that position. He's not just here. It's not just the Roman show and I'm out here. It's like he made his mark, he did his thing, and he rode off into the sunset.
Yeah. The Browns still look good together. They have good chemistry. It looked like Brian Breaker was injured at one point. There was a clip of him limping back into Gorilla. Even later in the night when he came out with Seth, he looked like he was favoring that knee. But he's looked fine since then, so hopefully it was not a big deal. Hopefully it wasn't anything serious.
Fucking injuries, man. They're pissing me off. Everybody and every promotion and everywhere is just dealing with shit. But, sometimes it's just adrenaline, go to sleep, wake up the next day, and you're right back at it.
Yeah, Charlotte Flair and Alexa Bliss defeated Judgment Day, the team of Raquel Rodriguez, Roxanne Perez for the WWE Women's Tag Team Championship. This was fine. I thought that this was a good way to at least get the Women's Tag Team Championship on the card, at least do something different with it. It seems like Charlotte is having fun doing this, so good for her.
That's the one thing I'm like, Charlotte's finally getting her little redemption because things were not working out for her on this return. She knew the route to take was getting with Alexa Bliss, just kind of looking like she's having fun on TV and as a character, I think was the way to get everybody to loosen up. Because if you're consistently talking about how better you are than everybody, people aren't going to latch onto that. And so for her to play this kind of big sister role with Alexa Bliss, I think has worked out for her. Getting Roxanne and them on the card, I think was awesome. Having them follow right after Roman, all like good working stuff for these women.
Yeah, every time I see Roxanne on pay-per-views and in these big multi-women matches, when she's in there with an ensemble, she always stands out.
Yes.
She's the future of this women's division. She's so good. Every time they put her in there with everybody else, she shines every time.
Yeah, when they're veterans or people that have been in the game that you think would, or that have been on TV consistently that you think would outshine her, they never do. Like every time it's like you leave the match and you're like, damn, Roxanne, who is this? She's shining. She legit, this is all hers. It's just when the moment comes, she's going to dominate this. She's going to main event WrestleMania, all the things.
Yes. Yeah, I think putting Charlotte with Alexa definitely saved this return for her because it was rough sledding after the Royal Rumble win. People were not happy that she won the Royal Rumble. The Tiffany feud was a big mess.
Ooh.
So I'm glad that at least now, like, it seems like she settled into direction. They did the old, oh no, her partner hit her on accident. What is she going to do? And it looked like she was going to hit Alexa with the big boot at one point, but she ended up saving her from being attacked instead, and they won the titles. So, yeah, I hope that they have stories and stuff planned for the women's tag titles now. I hope that they do stuff like they were doing with the big three and consistently keep those belts on pay-per-views, consistently keep them on television because these belts have been around for a long time, and I just want to see more rivalries over this belt. I just want to see things that make these belts matter.
Yeah, you know what? I will say that we have gotten to a pretty progressive place here with the women's division in WWE. I mean, Charlotte's in the tag team division. Becky and Bailey are in the Intercontinental Championship division. Like, they're not hogging up the main event slots anymore, and they're trying to help with the prestige of these other championships. And I think we got to respect that, man. We've gotten to a good place here.
Yes. Sami Zayn took on Karrion Kross. The stipulation for this match is if Kross won, Zayn would have to admit that he was right about him and admit that he was not a good person. That played into the match multiple times where Kross is beating down and saying, he's like, "What's wrong with you, stupid bastard? Just say it. Say it."
How did you know, Phil? How did you know that Sami Zayn was going to be the one to get the big victory here? Like, something in you just knew that there was no way that Karrion Kross was leaving this show with the victory.
It feels like they do this quite often now with somebody that's contract is up. They don't go into contract negotiations hot. It seems like they go into the contract negotiation losing a lot all of a sudden, and the audience is clearly telling them they want more of Kross. He's got a contract coming
Very
up.
clearly.
So you would think they would do something here, but I've seen this company do this before. So I was like, oh yeah, Karrion Kross is going to lose. But I kept thinking going into the show, he needs to win more than Sami does. So when he just beat him clean, I was like, oh, well, there's that. That's it.
It's so confusing, Phil, because you're 100% right. They try to get him cold, but they're coming back to your show. So why would you? I don't understand. It's not like you're getting them from a different company and trying to get them cold so you can lowball them. They're coming back to your show, the same show that's here. And so everybody is crazy. Like, when somebody gets the fans and everybody behind them, they're like, oh no, can't hear it, can't see it. What happened at the last when Triple H and they're yelling at him and he turns it into, yeah, you got Brock. I was like, no, that's not what they were saying.
Bro, the crowd is yelling, we want Kross, and he's like, what's that? You want Brock? You got Brock.
Yeah, you got him. I'm like, yo, this guy is out of his mind.
Bro did the boo earned chat. Are you saying boo earned?
They want Brock. Yeah, you got him, dude. That is not what they were saying. But yeah, the Karrion Kross stuff it's been so confusing because like the groundswell of support has been increasing every week and people are really behind him, and the fans, their own fans, are super behind him, and they're just like, nope. We got this contract going on. Let's figure this out and then we'll move forward with it.
No, we don't care. This match wasn't very good. I'll be honest. I thought that it was going to be better, and I think that this started the string of this show where I was just like, this is not great. I think the middle of this show really dragged. There was quite a bit in the middle of the show that I just didn't care about, and this match, although I wanted it to be better than it was, it wasn't very good.
Let's talk about Karrion Kross for a second here, because there's a lot of controversy surrounding him with this contract talk, and people, there's a big divide. There's a lot of people that love him, and there's a lot of people that don't love him. And so I'm not the hugest Karrion Kross fan because I don't. And when the bell rings, not really my cup of tea. And if you can't have a good match with Sami Zayn, like, the fuck's going on here is what I was thinking. Where do you stand with Karrion Kross? Does he do anything for you?
I think the character stuff he's doing is working, and I think that's why the audience is getting into it. I think like the internet stuff he's doing to get himself over is clicking. I'm not the biggest Karrion Kross fan either, but I can see where, you know, he's caught fire and he's doing something that people like. I don't think any of the matches he's had since they've tried to put him back on TV have been great. And I don't think that's a good sign for where they're going with him. But at the same time, I don't think the appeal of Kross in WWE has ever been the matches to begin with. It's always been like the entrance and all the stuff around it.
Do you think he's the second coming of Stone Cold Steve Austin or whatever Paul Heyman said this week? Why did he say that?
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, on the Ariel Helwani podcast, he was like, he's getting support. He's like Stone Cold Steve Austin. Like, he's not like Stone Cold Steve Austin. Yeah, he said that. Mm-hmm.
In what way? What are you talking about? What is he talking about?
Paul Heyman was saying a lot of wild shit in that Ariel Helwani interview.
Some of the clips I saw, I was like, all right.
But yeah, the Karrion Kross stuff just has been super interesting. That's it.
Yeah, Sami picked up the win here. He's now beat him 2 pay-per-view matches in a row. This feud is over. You can't go back to the feud now. And Sami going out of the ring, he's just like, it's over. He was basically hitting him with the Vince Carter, like, it's over. Like, don't call my name ever again. It's over.
It's over.
And he's right. You cannot do a third match now. He beat him clean at 2 pay-per-views in a row. You did the whole Scarlett put the pipe on the apron and tried to roll it in there. He didn't want no parts of that. No, I'm beating this guy clean. Get this guy up out of here. And so you can't go back to the well. And I don't know what you do with Karrion Kross now after this. Like, even if he gets re-signed, where do you go from here with him?
Coming off of 2 clean losses to Sami Zayn. What's the story that you're gonna tell? I mean, he's all about the cynical blah 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 shit, but maybe you turn him. I
don't see that.
Yeah,
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. We got, speaking of confusing booking, Tiffany Stratton took on Jade Cargill for the WWE Women's Championship. Going into this show, I think we were both in agreement that Jade Cargill was going to win. And so I was A, surprised that the match was so short, and then B, surprised that Tiffany just won here.
Another clean one. It was like, wait, what's happening? The Jade Cargill story has been super interesting, Phil, and how it's been laid out in WWE and everything that happened. So coming into this show, we both were like, oh, Jade's winning. The story's been told. Naomi's out of the picture. Like, it feels like these are all the reasons for her to go over in this match. And so they have a pretty regular match that's not that long. Like, is it 6 or 7 minutes? Like, max 7 minutes max on the match. And they just like kind of ran through the stuff. And then, Tiffany just beat her. And it was like, huh? And it was collectively, too. Like, everybody was kind of like, oh yeah, this is Jade's moment. Or even if it isn't Jade's moment, she's not going to just lose clean.
Yeah, they had Jade doing a lot of the press and stuff in New York for this. And everything around it, like I said, kind of made you think that Jade was going to win. I mean, Jade just beat Asuka in the Queen of the Ring finals. I thought, like, that was it. Like, once you won Queen of the Ring and then you took the briefcase off the table, yeah, this is her match to win. And so I was very shocked that she lost here. The match itself, I enjoyed it for what it was. I think the counters and stuff in the match were good. I think when you have 2 wrestlers at the experience level of Tiffany and Jade, you got what you were going to get. Some of the stuff didn't look very clean at times. But the match itself, like I said, I enjoyed it. I just was surprised that it was so short because it seemed like they were just starting to get going and then it was over.
Yeah, I'm not mad when, even on pay-per-view, if we get like a short match where they're just like doing everything in that 7 minutes and it's kind of like you're saying to those experience levels, it doesn't. But like for the world title match and the stuff behind it, and it felt like we've been building to this match for some time, it just was interesting that they took that route. But I understand why they took that route.
Yes. So Tiffany picked up the win. Like we said, she won clean. I thought it was interesting on the post show that Triple H said that Jade is basically a ticking time bomb. He sees how she interacts with people backstage. We see that she's been waiting for a moment, and I was like, heel turn's coming, right?
Man, it should have been. Like, she just works so much better as a heel. I understand with her coming in and how they were using her, how like it kind of is babyface type of style in the positions that they were in, but she just works so much better as a heel that it's going to be easier to work around her things if she's a heel.
Yeah, all this time I kind of figured maybe Bianca could turn, but after SummerSlam, I was like, the only thing that makes sense, the only reason I could see them just having her lose like that is because she's going to turn heel.
Hopefully.
And the way she was tweeting after the show, it kind of leads in that direction. I remember she tweeted at one point that she miss, being that bitch. She misses like the catchphrase and stuff. And I was like, yeah, because she is just a natural heel. And I think that's what she was saying at the time. I think people were saying that, oh, she misses AEW. I didn't take that from that tweet. I think she misses being a heel because it just naturally fits who she is.
Yeah, just easier to work. You talk to most pro wrestlers are like, yeah, working heel is just, you get more freedom to do things. Like as a babyface, there's only so many ways you can go because you have to stay kind of in a box. As a heel, it's just wide open, it feels.
Yes. But yeah, this definitely made me feel like she's going to turn heel. Who do you think is going to beat Tiffany Stratton at this point? Because Tiffany now has had multiple big pay-per-view wins. I think she needed them to justify this reign.
Definitely. Only thing is like we've thought that she was going to lose a bunch of them is my only thing. So I don't know nobody is like right because Jade felt like the most right there because she had the accolades to kind of back it up, but I don't know who is right next up to even challenge Tiffany. It feels.
I mean, she still had the unfinished business with the big three, and that's part of why I thought Jade was going to beat her. If Naomi wasn't going to beat her and use the briefcase, then it felt like, okay, then Jade is. So if it's not Jade, then it's going to be Bianca.
Could be.
It feels like it's got to be one of those three from the big three. If it's not Jade, then it's probably going to be Bianca.
And Bianca could be heated up so back up to where she is so quickly that if she won a number one contenders match and she's going against Tiffany, people will be right in,
And it's time. She hasn't been world champion in like 2 years, maybe longer.
Yeah,
it's time. It's time to get her back into the world title picture. It's time to get her back into big pay-per-view matches. It's time
because she's crazy. She's incredible.
Yes. So maybe that's what they're setting up. Maybe this is setting up Bianca being the one to beat her, and then Jade having animosity because of that and still feeling away over the Naomi stuff. And that's how we get to Bianca Jade sometime this year or next year, maybe. But I do think that Jade's turning heel. I think based on certain things Triple H said after the show and everything, I think that it's coming. And I agree. I do think she needs to turn heel. Let's see. Then we had Drew McIntyre, Logan Paul taking on Randy Orton and Jelly Roll. What did you think of this match?
I understand why they made it a tag match. Sometimes when they do these celebrity matches, like we've seen Bad Bunny in like one-on-one matches, like the Damian Priest match, all that shit's great. Jelly Roll and the rollout and the media run he's been on describing WWE and describing wanting to do this for a long time. I knew exactly what was going on here. He'll coming in with the big choke slam a couple times leading into this match. I'm like, he could be pretty protected. And the way that they structure out Logan Paul matches regardless is you knew that he was going to be protected. They take long times to set up spots and they could just do things at a slower pace. Randy Orton's there. So I knew what was going to happen. It was inoffensive, I think, Phil. It wasn't like the greatest match you'll ever see, but it wasn't the worst celebrity match that I've seen,
This is the biggest indicator of what WWE is right now and what is personally just not for me about the product right now is everything in this match. And I understand why some people like this. I understand that I'm not the target audience for this. I know this is trying to get casual wrestling fans to care about this. I know that some people are going to do the same thing every time they put a celebrity in a spot. They look so good. They look better than I expected them to look. They're going to come in and rehearse the match with them. They're never going to let a celebrity come in and have a bad match, guys.
No.
It's never going to happen. A celebrity is never going to come out there and lay an egg.
Not at this point.
I believe that's part of why we never got a Travis match because they know that he wasn't ready.
that's becoming more apparent when you see this. You're like, oh, they couldn't get him through one match, so they said, "Fuck all this shit."
We're just not gonna do it. So, this. Like Jelly Roll coming out and starting the beginning of Randy Orton's theme song, and then Randy comes out, and I was like, okay. Jelly Roll, I thought in the spots that they gave him, I thought he looked good. He's clearly gotten better shape for this match. That in itself is impressive. I thought that he moved well and everything coming off the ropes. But when they did the big table spot and Logan Paul is like standing on top of the turnbuckle and he has to like clap 2 bottles of Prime together because more product placement, and then he's got to do the frog splash, and then they did like the James Brown bit with Jelly Roll where they're like guiding him out and he's like, no, I'm back, and then rolls back into the ring. I was like, what am I watching, bro?
Logan Paul fucked him up. That table, but like that Jelly Roll's bump was crazy. I'm like, I don't know if he prepared for that one. Like you can't practice that bump the way that he got fucking flung off that table. I was all, welcome to pro wrestling, brother. The news coming from Dave that Jelly Roll got the match ending changed. He was gonna go over, but he wanted heat on the other guys. I'm like, what, Phil? What timeline is this? The James Brown bit.
I'm telling you that I thought they were gonna put a cape on him. Like, hey, I can't do it. I'm back, guys. It's a miracle.
Oh my goodness.
After a big table bump. They're like walking him out of the arena. He
got fucked up, like I said.
And then he jumps back up and gets back in the ring. If he would have won that match after that, I would have been like, bro, what are we doing, bro?
So he knew. Like, he knew about pro wrestling. He knew, like, no, I can't get the big table bump and win.
Yeah, no, this makes him having that leak to Dave and everything about this, and him and the post show, and they're putting over like he works very hard and like he really loves wrestling, guys, which I have no doubt. He seems like he loves wrestling, but yeah, this came across very heavily like, look, man, we want you to like him, man. We really want you to like this guy, and he seems like a likable enough guy. I just didn't really care about this match.
Yeah. I don't think like you were saying, none of this is for us.
It just wasn't for me.
Logan Paul's in here, Randy Orton, Jelly. I'm cool.
And I knew that during the build to this. It's just not for me. And I don't even think it was necessarily bad. I think you're right. It was inoffensive, but I just didn't really care, to be honest.
Get my guy Drew McIntyre back into some shit.
Bro, it seems like he's gonna be the next challenger for the WWE Championship / Undisputed WWE Championship, because they changed the name of it, then changed it back to Undisputed WWE Championship. So seems like he's next in line for that. Thankfully, that's where he should be. He should be in the world title picture.
Yeah, that's the part of this match I was like, just get Drew Mac out of there, because he needs to be hitting people hard, and he ain't getting the chance over here.
I think after that Punk feud, they definitely dropped the ball. They should have been doing more with him after that feud. He had the best WWE feud of the year last year, and I don't think
of momentum.
I don't think they necessarily capitalized well after that.
No.
But then we got the main event. I did not know what to think going into this main event, because these are two drastically different wrestlers. Gunther defended his World Heavyweight Championship against CM Punk. I thought the pacing of this match was really going to tell the tale. That was really what was going to make or break this match. And I think that the pacing was really some of the best part of this match. I think the way they paced out the story they were telling was really good. I think Gunther is one of the best wrestlers on this roster. I think you put him in there with most people on this roster, and he can get a good match out of them. And this showed that. I thought he was great. I thought he came out and felt like this big final boss type character that you were going to have to take a lot of his offense to survive it, to get to the end of this match. there were several points in this match where he was beating this guy down. He was beating Punk down. I was like, bro, I think we got it, man. It's cool.
Yeah, I knew when we talked about it last week when we did the preview and we were like talking about CM Punk. A lot of this was in his favor. Like I'm like, if they get in there and they work a pace that he can get the crowd behind him and he could just kind of slowly get back from Gunther's beating, then it'll work. And that's the kind of match that they worked. They worked like a super villain Gunther. Nobody can beat him. You're gonna have to fucking throw everything at him. And Punk is the baby face in peril, getting the crowd to be the force that is going against Gunther. Gunther, them working around Gunther's regular, chop and power bomb and clothesline. I think those are strengths for CM Punk. And so I think that's why this match works so well.
Yes.
It was kind of old school, but
very
mixed in with, they still had WWE highlighted bits added into it to make it into a spectacle. But at the core of it, it was just an old school fucking main event.
Yeah, very old school David versus Goliath dynamic. And I think that it worked very well here because this is kind of Punk's wheelhouse. He can work that style with guys. It's kind of similar to the way the Brock match at SummerSlam was worked. And I think that worked very well here. Punk came out, had the Fantastic Four gear on that I thought looked dope. And he took a beating. He took a beating throughout this match. I love they have done the same thing with Gunther before, where he gets too cocky when he's winning, and then it costs him. And it didn't bother me here, even though they've done that before. I think that it worked well the way that they did it. He is beating Punk down, like I said, most of this match. He gets up on the announce table and he's like posing, hammering it up, and Punk reaches up, pulls his leg out from under him, and he falls behind the table, comes back out, bloodied. And the second Punk sees that blood, he is now all over him. He is trying, he's trying his best. Now that he sees he's hurt, he's trying his best to like make this guy, because it's like seeing guy can bleed, and he's like, oh, he's human. I got him. And I thought that was great. I think somebody online pointed it out that in the match with Max, where they had the dog collar match, Punk got the big, disgusting looking crimson mask, and you would think that would have been the thing that slowed Punk down. Nope. He got even more desperate and more violent. And I think that that's what it was in this match. He wasn't like Gunther. Gunther started panicking when he saw blood. He was off his game. And that's when Punk struck. And I thought the way that they did, like I said, the pacing and the way that they build up to the ending of this match, Punk hitting the two GTSs to beat him, very, very good. This match was way better than I thought it was going to be, because I was like, I don't know, guys. This might be Gunther having to try to carry my guy. And turns out, this guy is still a very good in-ring storyteller. He's not going to come out there and be the most athletic guy. He's not going to do a ton of flashy moves, but he still knows how to tell a great story in the ring.
He doesn't need to. I thought that was a great story bit with the blood of Gunther. Spend a good amount of his time in WWE big main event matches where there's not blood. Like, he doesn't bleed a lot. He, especially in his matches, he dominated a lot of them. They don't even get to a point where he could bleed. Punk's career has been based off of bloody ass brawls. Like you said, when he sees blood or he gets blood, he gets activated, he turns it to something different. And so for them to use that as a way for him to capitalize on Gunther, who's been the unstoppable force, and have that be the reason that he beat him, I think that's a really good storytelling bit and plays into Punk's kind of veteran status. Even though Gunther's a vet too, Punk's still like, I got this one thing though over you.
Yeah, I think night one needed this match because
Yes.
Like I said, midway
Slow
through the
down.
show, it was a lull, and I thought that this match saved night one because I didn't think night one was very good up to this match. Before this match started, I was like, I don't know, guys, but
it wasn't just you, Phil. Like I was on the timeline, and people were like, "This is." Well, they were like, I saw a lot of people being like, "Why is this 2 nights? What's going on here? Too many matches." And I was like, "Damn, this main event really needs to save the show," and it did.
Yeah, they needed this match to deliver, and it delivered. And then the aftermatch stuff made it even better. I think that the main event and the aftermatch stuff really saved this first night from being a dud.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it was on its way to being with that middle slow part, but you know how they like to end shows, and they had it in the bag.
Yes. Main event delivered. Punk is in ring with his belt. He's doing the whole wrestler bit of like, I finally did it. He's crying over the belt because he hasn't been a world champion in this company in over a decade. And so then we get the Rollins music. Rollins comes out there on his crutches, and he's barking at Punk from up on the ramp. He's just like, you better savor this while it lasts. The whole time, Heyman is standing next to him, holding the briefcase, and he starts to turn around and walk away. And he stands straight up, almost like if you watch Snowfall, it's almost like the end of that season where Franklin goes in and talks to Mel after he finds out Mel is the one that snitched on him. Rollins stands straight up, drops his crutches in the most dramatic way possible, raises both of his arms, turns around, and starts pulling the brace off. Now, I've seen a lot of people say his plan did make sense, and it didn't make sense to do this work because, you know, most people pointed out that it was a work right away. It was reported early on that it was a work, but hats off to Seth Rollins because he executed this so well that the pop when he dropped the crutches was great in itself, but just the way that he turned around and slowly pulled off his brace, like, oh, you've got nowhere to go. I know you're hurt. And then he gets the briefcase, runs down there, immediately beats him down with the briefcase, curb stomp. Seth Rollins is the new WWE World Heavyweight Champion. I couldn't have laughed harder at my TV at this as a Punk fan, but also
as a Rollins fan.
Everything that I've everything about this was very funny to me. As a guy that at the beginning of this year, Seth Rollins had to take a lot of hate from people. The build to WrestleMania last year, Roman calling him second-rate champion and being all over this guy, dogging him, acting like he is a fourth wheel in this feud. Comes into WrestleMania, gets the swerve of a lifetime, beats Roman Reigns at WrestleMania. Punk has been calling this guy second tier all year. He's been beating this guy all over the place. And he's like, yeah, man, look, you were cool when I'm not there, but you're second string. I'm here now. Go get back on the bench. And for him to come out and cash in on him in this way, because he's been saying all this time, as long as I have breath in my lungs, you will not be world heavyweight champion. And true to his word, he's like, nope, yeah, you thought I was gonna let you win, and then afterwards to do the Punk pose over him. Magic. This was awesome.
So it all worked out then, Phil, because we were talking about this match could have potentially been at WrestleMania, Punk and Gunther, and Rollins wouldn't have had the briefcase and he wouldn't have been able to do this cash in. So things would have been a little bit different. Like Punk probably would have won and it would have just been a different celebration. They needed to get to this place where Rollins has the briefcase, where he's working people with the knee, and Punk gets this amazing victory over Gunther to set this all up. Like, I think it worked out the way that they needed it to.
Yeah, I think that it worked out so well because we watched Punk go through hell to win this match. He took a hell of a beating throughout this match. They kind of got lucky. If Gunther does not get busted open falling off of the announce table, he might not have won this match. He narrowly survived Gunther. And for him to go through all of that to win this belt after everything he's been through since he went back, the injuries and everything, and he finally did it. He finally got the belt. And then here comes Rollins with the briefcase. Everything you want Money in the Bank cash in to be, when people are like, the briefcase is cooked, this concept is done, you cannot do anything else fun with this. I watched this like, nope, this is what this briefcase is supposed to do. And I know Rosenberg is Rosenberg, and he sits on the post show, and sometimes he hypes up things. I'm like, are you sure? But when he was like, I love wrestling, there's nothing like wrestling, he was right, because only in wrestling can Rollins come out like that and drop his crutches, and everybody in that arena immediately knew what that meant.
Yeah, collectively, it seemed like everybody was on board. So it's funny because, like, people were saying, a lot of people knew that it was a work, and a lot of people immediately were like, well, it's just for this, or he should. Why did he do this when it was going to be this? I'm like, well, then it worked though. Didn't it all work in the end? If it's still, if it had the right result or whatever, you know what I mean? Or people were there were people that knew off rip, but then there were a bunch of people that didn't know, like, that were in the crowd.
Yeah, I don't think that it mattered that we knew that he was faking injury, because I think we all could have come to this conclusion, and it had been reported. I don't think it mattered, though. I think we all knew that this was leading to him getting one up on Punk, but it was executed so well that it didn't really matter. Again, his plan did not make sense at all. And even his explanation of his plan on Raw was like, it wasn't even an explanation. It makes sense at all. But this is where this company is. The stuff in between moments is inconsequential. The moment is bigger than everything before and afterwards.
And they're into this we got you phase 2, and like, I don't know if I love it. Like, them thinking every moment, we tricked you, and it's like, I don't think people need to be tricked in every moment. And there are a lot of people, like you saying, weren't tricked.
Yeah, I thought that was also very funny as well. They were like, "Ha, we worked you. We got all you dirt sheet guys.
Dirt sheets.
We got all of you internet fans that think you know everything." And it's like, no, Dave reported this. You didn't you didn't trick people.
Immediately, Dave was like, nah.
Yeah, I mean, now if anything, because Seth has been injured before, it was scary initially, because I remember where I was when I found out he was injured, and I was like, oh no. And then the more I saw of it, I was like, oh, wait a minute. What's that? Like, when he did the Rich Eisen show, like, right afterwards, and I was like, and he was like, I haven't done an MRI yet, but I was like, you're really hurt. You wouldn't have done this show.
Nope. And then the video of him and Becky and their kid, I'm like, this is all wrestling shit, you guys. It's wrestling.
But I think all of that stuff is great in itself. Like, they were showing the clips of him like walking down the street and like still with the crutches and brace on, doing his regular stuff like he was really hurt. All of that is very funny because, again, it's pro wrestling. But yeah, no, I don't think that they worked people as much as they thought, and then them trying to go, we got you. I don't think you really
Becky's
did.
video. Did you think, like, you guys didn't? I think people are just excited that Seth won. It's not excited about being worked. That's fine. People
being mad at Becky, trolling afterwards. I'm like, how long have you guys paid attention to Becky? This is what Becky always does. That video of her acting like she was like doing the ropes, and then it zoomed out and she's like spread the towel out to lay on the beach. Fucking hilarious. Bro, Becky loves to troll people. So I was like, this is right up her alley. And her and this guy together, they're like the most obnoxious couple in the world.
Yeah, what did they expect? I'm like, why are people surprised that she is trolling you?
Yeah. I thought it was whatever, but yeah, everything about it. When Seth won the World Heavyweight Championship at Night of Champions, he went up the ramp and they did the whole, Triple H gave him the point. And I was like, okay, come on, man, get this belt above your head. And he didn't do it. And I was like, it's wrong. This feels wrong. And so not only did I have a great time with this cash in, but when it went back and I was like, yes, North Carolina, come on there, Reigns. That when I saw that belt in the air and he spin it around his head, I was like, oh, we're officially back, baby. We are back the ruse of the century. They came with the naming convention right away because that's what they did. But
10 years later, all the moments were there.
I was like, we are back. We are officially back.
It's funny how they ended night 1 and we're immediately going to get into night 2 and how they ended night 2. Very different feelings across the WWE universe.
Yeah, good energy coming out of night 1. I was like, okay, good. They salvaged this first night. We'll see what they'll do with night 2. Night 2, I thought, opened with a great match. The triple threat match was really good. Naomi took on Rhea Ripley and Io Sky. Shout out to Naomi. Came out with her dad playing guitar. What a great moment for her. Sick. I thought that was awesome.
Yes.
And yeah, her entrance in general was awesome. Just this run that Naomi's on, she has deserved this for so long. And it's just so cool to see her get moments like this. That was great. And like I said, the match was good.
Yeah, I think that we've seen on WWE pay-per-views a few times when they have women's triple threats with some amazing wrestlers, they're gonna go off, and this was another one. These Io Sky might be the best wrestler in the whole company, man or woman. Like every time I see her matches, I'm like, oh, she works different than everybody here.
Yeah, Io Sky is incredible, man. Yeah, might be the best wrestler on this roster. Easily one of the best wrestlers in the world right now.
Yeah.
I love that they played up the stuff with the big three as well. Naomi coming in and learning things from Bianca's match. The way she countered the moonsault and other things she did. I thought that was a great touch here. I thought that was a great way to also play off of the WrestleMania match, where it's essentially the same match with Naomi and Bianca's spot. And like I said, you could see that Naomi learned a few things from watching Bianca.
Watching tape, getting figuring out how to work both of these women. She has a lot of tape on them because they've had so many matches. I think it played into the mind state that Naomi has in this character.
Yeah. But yeah, very good match. They almost did your finisher that you don't like. It's very similar to that finish. But yeah, very glad that Naomi picked up the win. I wasn't really surprised by that result because it just seemed too soon to take the belt off of her. And like I was saying last week, you need a heel going into Paris for Stephanie Vaquer to wrestle. And so this makes all the sense in the world. But yeah, very good match. To nobody's surprise with the 3 women that were in it.
Yeah, I think that Naomi, like we were talking about with Tiffany Stratton, Naomi needs to get some victories under her belt. She needs to get some of these names as people that she defeated as world champion. So having her in this place, and she needs a couple more. And going into Clash, you need a big heel, a big angry heel to go in there against Stephanie. I think this was all the right moves.
Yes. We got the big, massive 6-pack TLC match for the WWE Tag Team Championship. This match was a lot of fun. Getting into the second match, I was like, all right, night 2. So off to a good start. I think night 2 is going to be the better show. I thought the table spots in this match were absolutely nuts. That Spanish fly off of the turnbuckle through that table looked very scary, and I was just like, guys, you sure? And that looked absolutely nuts.
That shit was far, dude. I was like, hold on a second, man. Those tables are over there. There's a lot of scary, dangerous stuff in this match. Plunder was at an all-time high. Candice LeRae took a big bump onto the ladder, scary as hell. Just a bunch of I hope everybody's okay in this, but a really fun Plunder match that I think, I hate when they made TLC its own pay-per-view and stuff. No, it needs to be in the variety shows and the big SummerSlams and the big WrestleMania matches, because it separates everything that happens. This added a different kind of flavor to these shows.
Yeah, I agree. I think the last 2 TLC matches, this one and the SmackDown one, are 2 of the best TLC matches we've seen in a long time. And I think it's because they took the pay-per-view off the table and we got some time away from the stipulation, and now
Yes.
it feels like it matters. And kudos to the teams in it. They worked very hard. Like you said, they took some insane bumps in this. Kudos to Candice. PWG Candice is back apparently.
Oh.
That bump was crazy. The bruise that she had on the side of her leg last night looked disgusting.
Still crazy as hell seeing the Motor City Machine Guns at SummerSlam in front of big crowds like this, because these guys have been everywhere. Like, there's a lot to like about this match.
Yeah, I thought that Andrade and Rey Fenix's entrance looked awesome. Because at one point I was sitting there like, okay, we're doing everybody's entrance, so this is gonna be a long way. But when we got to Andrade coming out and he did his pose midway down the ramp, and then Rey Fenix came over and put his hands on the shoulder, and they got the big pyro behind him. I was like, oh no, that was hard. Some of these theme songs throughout this, I was like, needs to work.
It's been bad.
Needs to work.
Bad. At Royal Rumble, it really was apparent, but it's still like they're making new ones, and you're like, they're not getting better.
Yeah, but a lot going on in this match. Very fun match. One of my favorite spots in the match was Ciampa holding on to the belts, and it looked like they were going to do the edge spot with the spear, and he learned from that match. He immediately put his legs up, and so he did not get speared off of the belts. Awesome spot. I love when they do stuff like that, and it's not just like, oh, we're going to do an homage to the spot, and I'm just going to let it happen. I'm just going to sit and watch you do the spear.
Yes, it's great storytelling, Phil, because it's like we've all seen that spot 5,000 times. You know, Ciampa's seen that spot 5,000 times. He should figure out a way to counter it, and doing that awesome, crazy strength too to do that thing up in the air like that. Yeah, tremendous spot.
Yeah, crazy core strength, but I thought that it looked great. Man, Street Profits are just, they're stars, man. Before this match, before the pay-per-view, when they were saying how long it's been since that's been on a pay-per-view, I was like, bro, how is that even possible? Like,
doesn't make sense.
These two guys are so good. I don't get it.
There's PLEs every month.
I don't get it. But I thought they looked great here. I thought overall most of the tag teams looked good here. The fans did not want the Wyatt Six to win here. Once we started getting all of the interference, like Nikki interfered at one point, and then Eric Rowan interfered at one point. I was just like, yeah, they're gonna win. It's coming.
Yeah, there was a bunch of teams that the crowd wanted to, and this is probably the last one that everybody wanted to win.
They did not want Wyatt Six to win, but I knew it was coming.
Yeah.
The Wyatts picked up the win here, and the crowd booed them instantly. They were not happy. But yeah, based on all their interference and stuff, I guess it's because also I would watch a lot of New Japan. And I was like, yep, I'm seeing all of the stuff is happening. This is leading to them winning with all the run-ins and everything.
House of Torture.
Yeah. But yeah, this match was a lot of fun though.
Yeah. This was definitely the TLC shit you would expect with all these people in it and all the kind of crazy shit happening.
Yes. We got Becky Lynch versus Lyra Valkyria for the Intercontinental Championship, the Women's Intercontinental Championship. This is a no disqualification, no count out, last chance match. This match was very good until Bayley showed up. And that's not a knock to Bayley. I just thought the way that they used Bayley in this match didn't make sense. But I thought that the match was good up until that part. I thought there were a lot of inventive spots in there. Becky was doing a lot of stuff we had not seen, like using the chair and the announce table and doing a leg drop. I thought that was cool. The handcuff spot with Lyra, where she had her hands tied and then she just started wrestling with her hands tied, and I was just like, nah, Lyra's another one. What I was said about Roxanne earlier. Lyra is the future of the division, bro. Lyra is a hooper.
Yeah, I think the only thing is just maybe it was a little too long. They could have probably I think that's what ended it, because they were cooking at first. It felt like, all right, we've seen that they have great chemistry together, and that chemistry was showing again. And then Bayley came out, and it was just like, all right, but it just kept. It wasn't as fast as it should have been. I think is maybe the issue.
Yeah, I agree. I think the match. I know it's a bit ironic that we were saying the other women's match from night one was too short, and this one went on a little bit too long. But I think it felt like it went on too long because even when Bayley went in there, it was like it kind of almost felt like they didn't know where they wanted to end this match.
Right.
And like I said, all of this stuff was Lyra and Becky. I thought that this was good. All three of their matches have been good. I think this was the weakest of their three matches this year. But it wasn't necessarily because like they did anything wrong. I didn't really care for the finish of it. I didn't really care with how we got to the finish, bringing Bayley in and Becky trying to get her to use the crowbar to help her, and then that led to her trying to interfere in the match, and then she just sat on the apron and let Becky win. I was just like, well, why did you do that? Like, you came down to hell. I did not like the finish at all. I was like, why did they do that?
Just a little overbooked, a little too much. They couldn't figure out where to put the stamp. It's like they had a finish, and then somebody was like, well, let's also do this. And they were like, yeah, well, what about this thing?
Yeah. But I thought Lyra came off very well in this match. She's coming across well in all three of their matches on pay-per-view. I still think this is one of my favorite feuds of the year.
Yeah.
I just wish that they had paid off this match better.
It's unfortunate.
But yeah, this was when this show started its downward trajectory for me, because we started doing these finishes and I was just like, but why? You didn't have to do that. And that's how we get into Solo Sikoa versus Jacob Fatu for the WWE United States Championship. When I saw this was a cage match, I was like, okay. Based on some other performances from Solo, I did not know how they were going to make this work. I don't think this match worked.
No,
I did not like this match. The way that I said I didn't like to finish the last match, I hated this finish. Like, I hated it. Like, the match itself wasn't great, but to then get to the end of the match, and Jacob basically falls out of the ring because Tolatonga, I almost called him Hikaleo. Tolatonga hits Jacob with the door, and then the door flies back open, and Solo just falls out of the ring, and that's how he runs. That's how he retains. I was like, that was not good.
It seemed like in people talking about the show, everybody was like, oh, this is all about Jacob hitting the moonsault off of the cage. Like, that's the only reason they brought the cage. It's all the build up to that and all of this. And it's like, it feels like whoever fucking produced this match thought that too, because anything between it was like, they're trying to use the cage just to keep people out, but that's not, then the finish is not keeping people out. So it's like, what's the point?
And I think that's what also annoyed me, because you're doing a cage match. The whole reason to do this stipulation is to keep the other bloodline guys out, and then the bloodline interfered anyway.
And yeah, exactly.
And then the way that hitting Jacob with the door, and that's what took that would. I hated it. I hated that finish so much. I was like, why did they do that? And I don't think it made Jacob look bad, but boy, this match was not good. And this was prime example of what I don't like as well when I say that they book for moments, because you had the match, Jacob loses, and you still have to have him jumping off the cage. So you do it after the match. But it's like, it doesn't matter now. The match is over.
No. They just like, well, we need this. We have to have the video of him hitting the moonsault. That's what's important, not the match. It's like, no, the match is pretty important though, too. Unfortunate, but I don't think it took away from Jake. He's fine. He's on his way. They got the moment.
He'll be fine. I don't know if this means we're going to go back to this for a third match. I don't think that you should. And I mean, to think about it now that Solo has beat him at 2 pay-per-views now. I think you need to go back to this. Maybe I don't believe this is where it's going to go, but I was saying this in an article I wrote this week that this should lead to Melo being the guy that beats Solo.
I can't.
But I don't buy that that's what they're going to do. Yeah. But it makes all the sense in the world for him to be the guy that beats Solo coming into this because the fans are behind Solo. Fans want to see, sorry, not Solo, but Melo. Mm-hmm. The fans want to see more of Melo. And this is John Cena's last year with the company. The guy that mimicked John Cena's ruthless aggression promo on NXT was Carmelo Hayes. So he should be a guy that wins the United States Championship and reinstates the open challenge. It writes itself. It's right there. I don't know that I believe they'll do that.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna happen. I think they're not ignoring people's thing, but they're not immediately capitalizing on it. You know what I mean? So yeah, I don't know what it means.
Yeah, but I was surprised at how much I did not like this match.
And then after we had seen the TLC match and all that plunder, and it was like, what's this cage doing here? It's not doing what it needs to be doing.
I honestly think the cage match should have been on night 1. I think it would have fit better on night 1 with the way that night 2 was paced, and there was so much plunder and other stuff going on. You had the no DQ match and the TLC match before this.
Right.
This just would have fit better on night 1, in my opinion. But yeah, wasn't a fan. And we got Dominic Mysterio versus AJ Styles. This essentially was a big Eddie Guerrero tribute match because AJ Styles came out. He did a very Eddie Guerrero entrance. I died laughing at AJ constantly trying to move his shoulders, and I was like, "Look, this entrance is fire." He's coming out with the low rider. He had his son with him. His son is like older now, which made me feel old because he's tall now, and I was like, when did this happen? But yeah, that was the only thing about it. I was like, yeah, just work on the rhythm a little bit, AJ. Work on the rhythm. We'll get there.
It was so funny because I was like, Dominic's dad is Rey Mysterio, and they're just paying tribute to Eddie Guerrero. Like he was everything here. It's so funny the way that the WWE has created this Eddie Guerrero tribute match consistently throughout the years, and I'm not mad at it.
Yeah, I also thought it was funny that AJ's son had the blonde hair and everything like Dom did during that feud with Eddie and Ray. I was like, I don't know if that's a coincidence or not, but that was very funny.
Full circle moments.
But yeah, the entrance and everything was great. I thought AJ's gear as an homage to Eddie was also great. They did several of the trademark Eddie spots in this match. The chair spot that everybody does now. And I thought that AJ did the best counter to it by putting his neck in it and going, nope, I didn't do anything. Look, it was him. I thought that was great. The finish itself, the loaded boot thing, is an Eddie special as well. Using because this is right out of the Eddie Guerrero Kurt Angle match of working his foot out of the boot, and that's how he got out of submission. That's how he got out of the calf crusher. Fine, but then using the loaded boot to win, I didn't think that it looked great. I didn't think that it looked believable, but I knew what they were going for.
Yeah, this was another one of the. I was like, these finishes are. Yeah, they got to get some better finish writers over here because it's not matching what the matches are.
Yeah, but I thought the match itself was good. I thought, but it's AJ Styles.
Yeah,
I thought that they worked a solid match. I just didn't think that. I don't think hitting him with the boot to win looked believable.
Right.
But other than that, I thought it was good.
Yeah, fine work.
Main event, we got Cody Rhodes versus John Cena for the undisputed WWE Championship. I thought going into this match, after Cena came on TV and on the go home, it was just like, I'm back, guys. I am the Cena that you wanted to face at WrestleMania. We're finally just gonna do this. I thought this was leading to a swerve because I could not believe that they would just completely abandon this heel turn. Turns out that's exactly what they did. They just completely abandoned the heel turn. They've just like, yeah, this is not working. We're just gonna completely turn him face.
I can't believe it. We talked about it last week. I was like, it has to be a swerve, Phil, because there's no way they would dedicate all this time and then in just one promo be like, actually, I'm the Cena that you guys all know and love. Like, there's no way they could do that. They did that. They did it. He just came out on SummerSlam to a gigantic pop. Like, people were going fucking ham. Like, this is what they wanted. And he just came out with the colors and the giving it up, slapping hands and shit, and was just babyface John Cena. No swerve.
They just acted like none of that happened. Just 4 months of this guy's farewell tour. We're just gonna go. Yep, nope, mulligan. We're
just kidding. It's all a bad dream.
I can't believe they did that. And
did it.
What that tells me is, A, they really wanted to turn Cody heel, and he didn't want to. And that's the only reason why Cena was heel. I don't think they ever really wanted to turn Cena heel, but they needed to do something because Cody didn't want to.
But the issue was, go ahead.
And the thing is, Cody was right to not want to turn heel. It would have made no sense to turn him heel.
And the thing that even goes against it more is this match showed that you could have just done fucking babyface versus babyface, you dumb idiots.
Yeah. So yeah, it showed me that the plan to turn Cena heel wasn't really fully formed. They just needed to do something because Cody didn't want to turn. And then B, it tells me that those reports about Travis are absolutely right. And there was some falling out with them or something didn't work out. Something happened that made them have to pivot because initially it was reported that Travis was supposed to be in a tag match at Money in the Bank. And that didn't happen. And then now we got here. And I mean, they've completely moved on from Travis and The Rock. They have... I mean, when you think about now the end of Elimination Chamber, that was this year. This guy did a heel turn, and they had that picture everywhere of him with The Rock and Travis. He has not been seen with those two guys again this year.
The big slap that Travis hit on Cody, all of that happened this year, man. That's unbelievable. The only time we have seen he's even said anything about it was last week or whenever when he was like, I haven't seen those fools. They abandoned me.
Yeah. Yeah. So that in itself is very funny that they've just moved on like that didn't happen. But admittedly, the Cena promo from last week when he basically turned face was very good. I did not know at the time that was a legitimate face turn.
Yes. It hits a little bit different when you know, this wasn't a swerve. This was actually real. He really was like, oh, fuck it. You guys want this Cena? You got him.
Yeah, but
it just if you go back and listen to any of his heel promos, Phil, you're like, what?
Yeah. So he's just a baby face again. I thought that they played this very well. They did his usual heel open with the black and the white font on the screen. And then when they transitioned to his actual entrance with the wabadoo and all of the colors, that crowd went crazy. There's a video of a kid with like the Cena shirt and a cap on, and he's sitting there watching the entrance. And when the screen changes, he like ran. He ran from his seat. He's like jumping up and down. I was like, bro, this just shows who John Cena is and what he's represented as a baby face for so long. I think that we wanted this heel turn for so long that I kept thinking they can do this and it can work. And initially I thought, hey, this looks good. Because the heel turn in itself was good. And I thought afterwards, yeah, they can book this. They've got plenty of material. And it did not go well at all. Turns out maybe just in his final year, people just want to cheer him. Go figure.
The heel turn is fucking 15 years too late. There was a time that it could have been done and it really would have been, it worked. Like the execution and the moments, they got it. But everything beyond that, it was like none of the fans ever wanted this. Every time he was doing the Hill promos, the fans were like, fuck all that. We don't care. We love you. We don't care. He's putting out a new shirt for every fucking city and they're buying them. Like nobody wants this Hill shit. It just wasn't that. So to immediately switch back and immediately say everybody be like, yes, this is what we want. We want the shirts. We want the colors. We want that. Cena has been hilarious. And it, like I said, it showed me that they could have just went babyface during versus babyface and this shit still would have all worked the same.
Yeah. This was really the last cherry on top of this show to tell me that SummerSlam was them trying to right a lot of the wrongs from WrestleMania and get it right this time. From doing the Punk and Gunther match here, putting the TLC match on this card, and just doing babyface versus babyface. They got everything right here that they did not get right at WrestleMania.
It's funny that they had the footage and the Unreal shit and all the stuff to see that they were going wrong. And now the market research of every fan telling you on the internet, it's an easy way to go and pivot. But it's funny because they use it as, see, you should have been along for the ride. We knew this is where it was going to go. And that's not totally the case.
No. Then we got the match itself. And John Cena pulled out his best performance in years.
What? So all that Hill shit was when he's like, I'm gonna ruin wrestling. Like that was real. They were really trolling us to make this, to put a stamp on this Hill shit, and that makes me extra mad. I'm like, wait, we could have been seeing it glimpses of this whole time, and you guys are trying to troll us. What the hell? When you get these two guys, it's kind of like thinking of Punk and Gunther and like the pacing. Like if you could get the right pacing for John Cena and Cody Rhodes, it's going to work out. And they figured out the pacing.
Yeah. I thought this match was very good. Easily match of the weekend for me. John Cena jumping in a in a time machine and having his best match probably in about 5 years. Probably longer. This match was great. I thought this was a great performance from Cody as well. Cena doing the big feats of strength at the spot with them using the Cody Vader and him coming up to Cody Vader with Cody and the fireman carries him all the way down to the ring, hits him with the AA, picks him up, carries him all the way back to the ring, rolls him in, tries to get the pin, does not hit. This is one of the coolest super AAs I've ever seen him hit. Just the way he just like hurled Cody onto the ring afterwards and just threw him like a sack of potatoes and laid him out. That looked really cool. This guy did a fucking code red in this match. He pulled out a pile driver, and this was one of the few times in the night where the crowd did their job right because they started chanting immediately, "You can't do that."
I thought Cody Rhodes was tremendous in this, like playing that, because he kind of had to play both sides. Like he's still a babyface, but he kind of has to play a little bit heel to what John Cena's doing because he's so super over as the babyface. And I thought that everything that Cody was doing was tremendous.
Yeah, when he started healing it up a little bit, that stuff was good. When he was showing hesitancy to put John away, I thought all of this stuff came off very well. The ending stretch of the match was really, really good. All of the stuff that Cody was doing, Cena trying desperately to win this match, and towards the end, Cena's draped over the rope, and Cody's standing behind him, and he does a salute, gets him up, puts him away. I thought that was such a great visual, and if this was Cena's last match ever, this was the perfect send-off for him. I mean, this was the perfect way to pass the torch. It did everything it was supposed to do. Embracing at the end, and Cody giving it up to him. Cody, of course, Cody cannot wait to cry. Cody can't wait to cry. Cody tearing up while the hug is happening, and Cena's giving it to him. He's like letting him know it's on him now. He's the guy, raising his arm. All of that stuff was tremendous. If we ended the show on this, it would have been perfect. This would have been a perfect way to end this pay-per-view.
Oh man, almost had it, Phil. Like this was the moment. Like Cody is officially crowned the fucking #1 guy around here. This is all his. John Cena's passing the torch. He got back to the moment you guys wanted. The crowd's 100% fucking behind him. He's in the ring. He's leaving it all there. If that was the final John Cena moment, you could have fucking wrote the books, but it wasn't.
Yeah. I thought this was a really, really good match to end night 2 on. I thought the moment itself is probably the highlight of this farewell tour and what this means for John Cena, what this means for Cody. This guy that is like the most definitive WWE top guy outside of Hulk Hogan, and he's given Cody the stamp. That's a tremendous moment for him. And like I said, that should have been it. That should have been the show. You didn't need anything else after this, but this is why I said again, this company and its need for moments. They always have to do that. It has to be overkill. We need more moments. You didn't need another moment.
It ain't over. It is never, ever, ever over. Cody's moment was buried. Like I didn't watch the show live, Phil, and it took time to figure out that Cody had even won. Because everybody was just like, Brock Lesnar, Brock Lesnar, Brock Lesnar. And I was like, wait, did Cody win the fucking championship? And then I finally found out, and I was like, that's not how it should be. Cody's re-winning the WWE championship shouldn't be buried in this bullshit.
Yeah. I mean, and I don't think that what this represented for Cena should have been buried under this return either. I think they should have let this breathe. You could have easily... If you were going to do this, I'm not a fan of this return in general because I just don't think they need Brock. But if you were going to do this, you could have did it on Monday.
Yep.
But of course, again, we got to have moments.
Need the SummerSlam moment.
But yeah, of course, match ends. Cody gets out of the ring. Cena's giving his last few bows to the crowd. He's doing this thing he does all the time when he struggles. Like, well, guys, did it gave you my best. And he's getting ready to get out of the ring.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, he's getting ready to get out of the ring. And that's when we get Brock's music. Brock is back. He's got the leather vest. Cowboy Brock is back. He circles the ring. Cena is looking like he see the ghost. Before we get into the actual Brock return and what all of this, the controversy around it, the story element of Cena being stunned by Brock, it all hits because the feud from 2014, Brock's return in 2012, of course, he comes out and that was his big return to WWE. But then, of course, like the SummerSlam match and him famously handing Cena probably his most embarrassing loss to date at SummerSlam, and then Cena never beat him after that because then of course he lost in a rematch, and then they had the famous triple threat match at Royal Rumble with Seth, and Brock Lesnar retained, and after that Cena went on to become the United States champion. So he never really beat Brock after all of that stuff. And Brock went on to be the Brock that we know now. He broke the streak. He went on all these dominant runs as world champion. Really, in Cena's absence, Brock became the guy. And so it would make all the sense in the world that Brock would be the guy like, oh, you never beat me, though. What are you having a ticker tape parade? You're out here celebrating now? Nah, you never really got past me in my prime, at the peak of my dominance. You did not get past me. And Cena being spooked by this guy because he knows I never beat this guy at that time when I was a much younger guy. And now I'm older. I don't know that I can still beat that guy.
Yeah, if for a story element and the history between these two guys, this has been a guy that has destroyed Cena plenty of. I remember back to the Extreme Rules match where he fucked him up, and the only reason he won is because Brock Lesnar almost killed himself going over that damn top rope. And like all the stories that even going back to originally Brock Lesnar coming in, he was always on Cena's ass. There wasn't ever a moment where Cena got over on him. So for that to be the boogeyman and him to be spooked makes a lot of sense if there wasn't a goddamn elephant in the room.
Correct. But that's how we end SummerSlam. Brock Lesnar is back. He hit Cena with the F5, and that's how we end the show. Brock got a very big pop in the arena.
Huge.
But the reception online was overwhelmingly negative. It for the most part, most of the podcasters I saw talk about it, most of the fans that I saw on the timeline were not happy that this guy was back.
Great way to describe it. Legit overwhelmingly. Like everybody was like, nope. Even people like hardcore WWE fans, people that ride for them were like, don't like this. Nothing about this is good. We don't need this guy in this moment. What's he going to bring to this feud? Cena should be putting over somebody younger. Like everything, it was just nothing but negatives coming out of it.
Yes. There's a lot to take in from this. I did not think we would see Brock anytime soon because he is named in an active federal lawsuit against WWE and Vince McMahon.
44 times?
Yeah. The stuff that he is complicit in from this lawsuit, the reason why he is in this lawsuit is a big part why we haven't seen this guy in 2 years. And the issue with bringing him back in the way that you do is immediately people are going to go, well, where was he? And once you ask that question, then that's the elephant in the room. You got to answer that question of where has this guy been all of this time? And that's why they did not want to do press conferences. I don't care what people say. I don't care what they say. They know that people are going to ask, well,
first question.
They were going to ask questions about Brock, and that was going to lead to questions about that lawsuit. They did not want to talk about the lawsuit in their press conference, and that's very clear. Triple H has made it very clear from day one that he does not want to talk about this lawsuit in their press conferences. And that leads to me what is kind of the worst thing about this whole thing, the beyond like the obvious. But to me, the kind of worst thing about this whole thing is just how tactless they handled this. Because if you're going to bring Brock back and your explanation on Raw is that Nick Khan and Triple H had a conversation and they decided it was time to bring Brock back home. All right. Then you as a company should have addressed this. You as a company should have put out a statement like, hey, lawsuit's still going on, but our lawyers cleared Brock to come back. We don't condone what is in this lawsuit. This company has changed. We're not of the same philosophy or the same environment that existed when those things may allegedly went on, but this is how we're going to move forward. That is such an easy thing to do. But you guys, they keep treating this lawsuit like this big boogeyman, and they don't want to talk about it anywhere. They don't want to reference it. And I think that is incredibly cowardly. No way around it. It's cowardly.
Going at it being like, what lawsuit? Not even what lawsuit. Like, don't even mention lawsuit. Don't say lawsuit. It's not a thing that exists in our universe. Yeah. When they did it the first night and they were like, there's going to be no press conferences, we're moving on to this way. I was like, that's interesting. I know that he hasn't been great in answering questions in these press conferences. Historically, he's came off horrible. We got the don't see color. I haven't read the lawsuit. There's so many things that have came out of this that you're like, okay, I understand why he's not doing this. So Brock Lesnar shows up and you're like, oh, I really understand why he's not doing this. Because like you said, Phil, first question is going to be, where the hell was he? Why has he been gone for 2 years? What does any of this mean? And for them to be like, no, and then we get Paul Heyman and all these people being like, well, Brock Lesnar could do whatever the hell he wants. That's why he's back, because what are you going to do? You stop him? You can't cancel him. You can't cancel him. That's not the fucking way to go about this. That's not the way to, you guys tried, but we showed you that's not the response I want to hear to Brock Lesnar being back. Explain to me why he's back. Even people being like, "Oh, well, he's cleared." Cleared. The fucking thing's still going on, and he's named in it. You guys, like, when we read about this lawsuit initially, the one fucking wrestler's name that came off of this was Brock Lesnar. He was the guy that was directly like in line with what the story was. He was used as a fucking tactic in all of this shit. It's not as easy as he can do whatever he wants. Well, why couldn't he do whatever he wanted a year ago? Why couldn't he do whatever he wanted 6 months ago? Why can now he do whatever he wants?
Because this wasn't just WWE taking him off TV. If you remember, 2K took him off of everything as well.
Right.
So the effects of the lawsuit were immediate. And so if you're in a press conference or if you're asking any questions immediately, the question is, well, what changed? What changed between then and now? And if you're telling me that he's cleared to come back by a legal team, that opens a lot of other questions. That opens a can of worms. Now, it could be that, they know that they're getting ready to settle with Janelle Grant or something. They're seeing this heading back to arbitration, or they're trying to push this to go back to arbitration. I don't know. But I just don't think you can have your cake and eat it too. And that's what they're attempting to do. I don't think you can tell me in one breath, we're distancing ourselves from Vince and everything linked to Vince and this lawsuit, but then also bring back a guy that's named in a lawsuit. Because the whole reason you're trying to distance yourself from Vince is because you're trying to distance yourself from the work environment that he fostered and the idea that this is an unsafe place for women. All right, but when you bring back a guy that is complicit in his wrongdoing and is specifically named in that lawsuit, you immediately bring back that same uneasiness to your company, and you haven't addressed that at all.
If you're a woman in that locker room and you read that lawsuit and you saw some of those text messages that Brock was involved in specifically, you can't feel like this is a good sign. And if the perception is not that they don't care, but it's just like, oh, it's been time. Like, we're back to this thing. Like, we needed to bring the beast back. That's not good morale boosting for a company that's trying to change the perception of what they're supposed to be representing.
No. And again, if you're just going to bring him back, there was a way to bring him back, but also address the problem here. And they're not addressing the problem. And I just don't think you can. I don't think you can act like that didn't happen and try and sweep it under the rug, because now when you bring him back, all of those conversations about Vince are now going to come back.
They're happening again.
And so
they had two shows where they didn't address this. They've already had Raw and SmackDown, and they didn't. We don't know any better of why Brock Lesnar is back here.
Yeah. I thought Lance gave like the best response to this when he was on The Observer, and he was talking about like the way that people are looking at this wrong, and we should be looking at what this means to the women that work for this company and how they're feeling after this. And he's absolutely on the money, and I think that's why the company should have addressed that part of it as well. And by not addressing that part of it, you're showing that you already know why people don't want him back. You're showing why this looks like you're in a wrong to do this, and you're not even trying to alleviate any of the outrage about this, because that's kind of the issue with what Heyman was saying on Hawani's show, because it's like, oh, well, people look to criticize anything and people are going to be mad anyway. Yeah, if this was a storyline or if this was an angle, you can say that. People are not mad at a wrestling angle. People are not mad just because he returned. People are mad at the reason he was gone all this time, and the fact that you put him back on your pay-per-view without addressing it.
Yeah, that's what was driving me crazy, is them trying to be like, cancel, it's cancel culture. It wasn't cancel culture. He wasn't out of here because the fans rallied to get this guy out. He was gone for a reason, because he's been named in this fucking lawsuit.
Your company took him off TV.
Right. We didn't take him off. You guys did.
knew you had to.
Mm-hmm.
And so to just bring him back without, addressing any of that, it just looks crazy. We got Triple H in the post show saying, well, John wanted this feud, and we wanted to give him everything he wanted on the way out in his farewell tour. So you're immediately implying that this was John's idea. Then you get to Raw and Michael Cole on air saying, well, Nick Khan, I spoke to Nick Khan. We don't ever hear Michael Cole on here say I spoke to Nick Khan. So that in itself was crazy. But he said I spoke to Nick Khan, and he and Triple H had come together and decided that it was time to bring Brock back. It was time for Brock to come home. So that's explanation number 2. Then we get Cena in the street interview where he was asked about it, and he goes, no, they just deal him out and I play. I've been saying that for 25 years, which is him implying I had nothing to do with this decision. And so their whole explanation around it is so bizarre. And this is why I'm saying you knew, if this story is true, that based on what Cole said, they knew 3 weeks ago they were bringing Brock back. You had 3 weeks to figure out how you were going to roll this out and how you were going to handle this. And this is what you did?
This is what y'all took out of that. The 3 weeks is to essentially be like, to change the story that many times. And Nick Khan said something too about, like I was implying earlier, of there wasn't any criminal, he wasn't indicted for being a criminal or nothing happened behind it. So that's really what sells it. And it's like, I don't know if that's the way to go about it, because it's still an ongoing investigation. Even if they are going to settle out and all this, we don't know any of that. From this, we just think that you guys are trying to be like, haha, fuck you, we can still put this guy back on TV.
Yeah, that Nick Khan quote was kind of nuts, and by kind of nuts, it was nuts.
Completely nuts. Yep.
But this is what's wrong with people doing it. He didn't do anything criminal. That's not the point here.
No.
This guy was off TV because he was a part of a toxic work environment for women there, and he was complicit in allegation that there was sex trafficking going on here. And so when you bring this guy back, whether he did anything criminal or not, you have to address the stuff that he was complicit in. And I've seen people say, if you read the complaint, he didn't actually have sex with her and all this other stuff. The stuff in there still doesn't sound good. It does.
People that are like, she admitted that he didn't do anything wrong. I'm like, please stop talking.
But that she put out a release. I mean, she put out a press release, her representation, she being Janelle Grant. Sorry. Janelle Grant's representation put out a press release immediately. And that's not how it came off at all, like that she was admitting he did nothing wrong, because their immediate response to this is that WWE is seemingly trying to brush his part he played in this under the rug.
It felt like the language in that was, you guys are playing in our face. That's what it felt like. Like you guys think this is a fucking joke at this point.
So yeah, I just don't think any of this came off well. And as I said on Twitter, when I was in joking mode and not trying to engage people that I knew were not trying to have an actual conversation about what is actually wrong with this, to have Triple H standing next to Trump on a podium in the same week, and then you air the video of him standing next to Trump 3 nights in a row.
All the shows they played.
You aired it at SmackDown. You aired it both nights of SummerSlam. And then you end the weekend by bringing Brock back. It's like, oh, they don't care. They know they know that their fans are going to continue to watch no matter what. They don't care. They don't care how they look. They don't care.
I've known for some time, like they've shown us a bunch of things that it's like, it doesn't really matter. The fans are going to come back. But to parade Brock Lesnar out there in this ongoing thing, like this was like, oh, they don't give a fuck about that. Like none of this. Like they're like, we're going to get our money either way. You guys are going to be back on Monday. You guys are going to be back for all this shit. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah. They don't care. And then you get to this week and they announced a $1.6 million rights
Billion.
deal with ESPN. Sorry, billion.
Mhm.
1.6 billion rights deal with ESPN to basically say, hey, it doesn't matter. We're making money hand over fist. We're going to continue to make money hand over fist.
Oh, y'all are mad? So
it just all looks so crazy, and to have like Brock like plastered over some of this stuff as well. It's just it looks really bad. And again, they don't care. It is what it is. And a lot of people that are fans of this company, they're not going to criticize any of this. It's just going to go on as usual. The show goes on.
I saw a bunch of people making excuses that the excuses I saw were pretty horrible and degrading. It felt like in points. I was like, we can't like wrestling this much to just because you like this guy's moves that it's gonna change your integrity and your morals and all that. I'm like, wrestling's not that great to cross these lines that are being crossed. I just hate that they continuously slap their fans in the face and there's nothing's going to change. They're getting more money. They're making more money after the face slaps, Phil. And it just feels like there's something they should be punished for being bad, but they're not being punished for being bad.
Yeah. Immediately that night I was looking around like, I really like covering pro wrestling. It's a lot of fun. Like being able to write about it for Bleacher and come on here on Saturdays and talk about wrestling, even if it isn't always wrestling that I like and that I don't love everything we cover, but I do have a lot of fun covering pro wrestling. This stuff makes it not fun at all. Like when you have to come in and have uncomfortable conversations about the morals around this, and it sucks. And I just think some of the excuses people are making are shitty as well. I saw a lot of people trying to send me the Jimmy Van thing, and I was just like, guys, if you have not learned anything from all of this, it's with what WWE is doing, what companies all over this country are doing. There's somebody that runs these places that makes their own decisions, and they say things of their own accord that has nothing to do with people that work for them. I have no control of what that guy tweets. I don't agree with what he tweets.
Nope.
They ain't got nothing to do with me.
They don't have anything to do with me or Grapsody or anything of that. I don't know why we were being implicated in this shit. It was crazy.
They don't have nothing to do with me. I don't like it. And again, the guy pays our paychecks, but I don't like it.
Shit was whack. It's horrible. It's like that's where I was. I'm like, well, there has to be feelings beyond this is wrestling. Oh, you guys just accept it because it's wrestling, and that's not enough. And these are real people and real feelings and real things behind this that expand beyond Monday and Wednesday nights and Friday nights.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, if you've seen anything in all of this, I'm sure everybody that works at WWE doesn't agree with this.
No, there's no way. They can't.
It just happens. I mean, there are people that work at places like Target and Whole Foods and these places, and the CEO of Whole Foods is like, "Oh, our workers don't deserve, they don't deserve healthcare. They don't deserve like benefits." You think those people that work there agree with him? They just have a job.
Mm-hmm. It's a job. It's a job to a lot. But yeah, this was a lot of nasty stuff came out this week. And then RFK Jr. was there too, and his wife and niece or whatever. I'm like, I hate that it feels like a broken record, but wrestling's a fucking escape, dude. Like I use this shit to get away from that shit. And if I got to watch the shows and you're showing me these fools and you're doing this awful shit when on the other side shit's in turmoil and these guys are fucking ruining people's lives, I don't want to see this shit on my fucking wrestling show, man. And you are the ones that told me we separate politics from this shit. We don't have any of this shit. And here it is in our face, hard as fuck. I don't like it.
Yeah, I think that's also a part of this whole thing that sucks as well. Just everything since this guy has been reelected, I'm seeing more and more right-wing politics seeping into other forms of entertainment more and more of this culture war between people on the right and the left has seeped into conversations about TV shows and movies, and now you have it in wrestling more and more. This company has aligned itself more and more with MAGA and the right wing, and it's frustrating because this is supposed to be escape for a lot of people. A lot of people watch wrestling because they don't want to talk about politics and they don't want to get into some of this stuff, and it's frustrating because then you have people like, oh well, it's just that's the president. Are they not supposed to respect the president? It's like, yeah, but you know what this guy stands for, and you know some of the stuff that this guy is doing is wrong. You're standing next to RFK and some of these guys, and RFK just this week just stopped funding for vaccinations. Like,
and they're talking about some health and fitness. I'm like, these things don't even add up, you guys. What the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah.
Frustrating.
Very
frustrating.
Yeah, it just where we are is just where we are as a country, where we are as a people, where I just feel like the big issue in a lot of this, and I saw a lot of this with this Brock stuff as well. It reminded me of a lot of stuff for the election and other things that are going on in politics. We're just in this place where people are not listening to each other.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like people aren't even willing to hear what is it I don't like about this, because people are like, oh, this looks bad, I don't like this. And anybody that's saying that, somebody will be like, oh, well, you're wrong. Why do you guys got to complain about everything? Why are y'all so soft? Are you even listening to what I'm saying? Or are you just waiting to complain and call everybody soft or whatever else? Because that's where we are, because people just don't listen to each other anymore. People are not listening to what my problem with this is, or why this might affect women, why this might accept the perception of this company. Nothing. I'm not willing to listen to you or hear you out because, no, I'm right. Mm-hmm. My side is right. I've picked this side. I'm right.
I'm creating my own. I've created my narrative about what you are mad at, and you're an idiot. You're a snowflake. You're all this. You guys create every problem's anti-woke shit. It's like, you guys, it's not.
I'm so sick of it.
It's too much. It's in every avenue, and even if you have all the valid points and facts, they don't care, and that's where we are. And I think that's the worst part. Is like information and all that doesn't even matter because it doesn't matter. I've created my own answer to this, or I'll ask somebody else for the answer that's on my same side, and it all does this. It sucks.
I saw somebody in our chat say this, and I get to close off this part of it and move on from Brock talk and all of this. They were saying, you're showing your bias politically. I don't think it has been a secret from day one that neither of us fuck with Trump, and that's never going to change. No. If you've been listening to this podcast from its insistence, you know that neither of us fuck with Trump, and that's fine. I didn't vote for him, would never vote for him, would never support him. But at the same time, I do know people that have voted for him. I have people in my personal life that I know for a fact voted for him. That doesn't stop me from having conversations with them or being able to find common ground. The problem is on the internet, in a lot of these spaces, people get in this space where, again, like I said, people are not listening to each other. Mm-hmm. Once you hear that one part you don't want to hear, then you just shut your ears off. Right. And then you start going into, oh, here we go. You guys ranting and raving. No, that's not what's happening.
Yeah.
And I don't see how you can, maybe it's just me, because I'm now in rant mode. I don't see how you can support this bullshit. I'm sorry. I don't see how you can support bullshit that is going to harm people.
Yeah, that's where it's like it's gotten past a political, like I'm standing on this side. It's way past that. They're fucking with people's lives. People are being deported. People are being murdered. Some people can't go in the fucking bathroom. Bro. It's way past some bullshit political issue, dude. It's way past that.
Bro, canceling millions of dollars in funding to vaccines is going to harm people.
Yes.
You're creating misinformation about something that is supposed to help people.
Mm-hmm. It's all harm. That's all they want to do is harm. Grandma's gonna die. People are gonna die. All kind of shit's gonna happen.
I don't see how you can support that. I mean, again, if you just have whatever your political beliefs are, your political beliefs, but I just don't see how you can support things that are harmful to other people around you. And people have been telling you for over a year this is gonna harm people, and you're not even willing to listen.
Don't care.
I don't get that, but whatever. This is where we are. Like, I don't want to continue to rant about politics. This is not a political podcast. But when you have the most powerful guy in this company standing next to Trump and cozying next to a bunch of these people, it's fucking hard to avoid it now.
That picture of him, Trump, and JD Vance, I'm like, why would you show this 3 times in a row, dog? I don't want to see this shit.
Yeah. I don't know. I think people immediately try to politicize the Brock thing. I hate it.
Yeah.
I hate it. I hate everything about it.
To get your point across, like some horrible things have happened, and you're just like, well, I really like this wrestling company, though. I'm like, that's not, dog. We gotta chill. There has to be a line. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Whew.
Yeah. This week also confirmed what I've been thinking for a while. This guy will show up at a WrestleMania or a WWE show very soon. It's gonna happen.
This was the lubrication. That's maybe not the thing. This was they're getting it lubed up. They're getting it ready for entrance with the little videos and it just being more louder about it. I'm like, oh yeah, he's on his way. He is on his way. And it's just fucked up, man.
Yeah.
So fuck off. Let's get into a few super chats and things, and we'll move forward. The homie Ragav says, "Happy Grapsody. I just discovered the Boondocks and I'm absolutely loving it. Great show. Was shocked to see it ended only in 2014."
How is that possible? How did you not see Boondocks before that? What a great show. Shout out to Aaron Magruder. I'm surprised that this show has not been revived at this point. They have so much material to play off of right now.
Every time they talk about bringing it back, I'm like, why are you guys just talking about it? Like, you got a million episodes at this point. Since they've ended in 2014, they could create like 10 seasons off of all the wild shit we've seen. And you could just pick hip hop, just pick this face, and they could kill it. And it's amazing to see. Luckily, South Park is utilizing their influence in time and kind of Boondocks-esque of using shit that's happening right now, and they can write an episode in a week and get to the issues. Loving that shit. But if you haven't seen the Boondocks, you guys definitely watch that.
Yep.
R. Dickinson 8 says Grapsody plus yard work equals great Saturday. Jid album fire.
Yeah. Speaking of revival, King of the Hill is back. Season 14 is available on Hulu now. I watched most of it the week. I think I finished it because I think it's only 10 episodes. Really, really funny. You can tell that the showrunner is black based on a lot of the stuff that has now been added to the show. Legendary voice actor, legendary actor, Keith David is voicing the character here. He's fantastic in it. There's an episode in particular with him in it that is very, very funny. A lot of the stuff that I can tell watching it, like, oh, a black person wrote this, because just some stuff about it, I'm like, yeah, somebody black wrote this. Yeah, what a great revival. This could have easily failed miserably, but I think it's really great. Most of the reviews I've seen so far have praised it. Yeah, what a great show.
People don't understand how refreshing that is. Like, you see the joy in Phil's face knowing that somebody's black behind it. Like, people are probably like, why are you guys only talking about race? But like, life is like that, man. And we're so used to not having things that we could relate to in big giant spaces. And when we could relate to something in a space that we love, it just feels good for us. That's it.
It's that, but it's certain things here that, I don't want to spoil it, that are very, very funny. That I can tell is a reference created by somebody black. Hank being Hank and still struggling with change in the world. And there's an episode of him. There's an episode of him dancing, and he's like, "Yeah, I love a dance with clear instructions." And you guys would never guess the dance that he's doing with clear instructions. It makes it even funnier.
Yeah, shout out to King of the Hill. Shout out to being back. We need 20 more seasons. Excited to get into that. Appreciate that, R. Dickinson. Van Twinblade says, some loser, MVP hates speedball. Real story, MVP wants Hurt Syndicate to drop to younger talents that need the rub. Bespoke story, MVP thinks speedball has stinky feet, and that's the drama. I don't think that's the real story. Doesn't even make sense. Do people know that doesn't add up? MVP wants to drop the talent, wants to Hurt Syndicate to drop the belt to younger people. Speedball and fucking Kevin Knight are younger people. How does that make sense? Like, that part of the story doesn't even add up for me. Oh no, he wants them to drop it to the fucking Outrunners. That doesn't even make sense.
We had an interaction with MVP at one point during All In Weekend, and when we had that interaction, I chuckled at it then, and then when I saw this report, I thought about that interaction again, and I laughed again. Yeah, I just don't think these things are as deep as the internet tries to make it. I think sometimes the worst thing that can happen in fandom is fans finding out that a wrestler doesn't like somebody else because they act like it's not a normal occurrence. You know how many people don't get along with a coworker? It happens every fucking day. It ain't that deep. And people trying to make it into, oh, well, why wouldn't he like him? And who doesn't like speedball? Or trying to turn it into like this big personal thing. Like, no, sometimes people just don't get along. Like, I don't, and like people are, yeah, people are trying to make it into MVP is bullying him, and it's like I don't. Whatever it actually is, I just don't think it was ever that deep. And so when they did the thing on Dynamite, it was funny, and then people started taking that and trying to editorialize that as well. And I'm like, hey, maybe this was just funny, and we could just not do that. But it's the internet, and
people turning it to haha got you dirt sheets again. They love to turn everything into haha got you dirt sheets. Like, we did this, showed you, they tricked you. Just because they did a video together doesn't mean that wasn't a thing. Like, they could have been like, hey, they're talking about us on the internet, let's make a fucking video together, because people that don't get along can still work with each other because it's fucking pro wrestling. That's it.
And like I said, you know how many people at jobs every day don't get along and they just work together? It happens all the time.
Imagine having 100 crazy ass different personalities wrestlers from different parts of the world, different parts of the country. A couple of them are not going to get along. I've been in an office with 10 people and half the people didn't get along. So imagine, imagine having 100 of them.
And when you think about these two guys and how different they are, the different times they came from, and like their style of wrestling, is it really that surprising that they might not get along or whatever is being reported? It just ain't that deep, guys. I don't know.
It's not that deep. I think that's the real story. It's just not that deep. It's some stuff. Somebody had it out for MVP this week. It sounded like, because when I saw that little breakdown of what was going on, I'm like, oh, somebody was just mad about MVP and went to talking. But I don't think it's as deep as people are making it.
This initially came from a Spaces, from what I read, and then Fightful Select put out a report about it, and then that got aggregated. Yeah, I don't know. It's wrestling. These things that were in that report were like, yeah, these are things we've heard before from backstage. I don't know.
But yeah, everybody chill. Appreciate that, Van Blade. Dex Baker says, I have friends that were still in the trenches for WWE because of the women's roster. I checked in on one of them this week, and his response was, I'm done. And it's not, I'm going to watch AEW. This tainted his love of wrestling. Yeah, I think that when a lot of people are like, Yeah, AEW, ha ha ha, WWE sucks. I think no, WWE fans, again, we can talk about it all the time, love WWE. They're not gonna leave WWE to go to a different wrestling company. A lot of them are, but a lot of them aren't. A lot of them are just gonna be like, okay, I guess I'm done watching wrestling for now, you know?
Yes.
Unfortunately, I think WWE, with how they're moving and how business works now, in the end, it's going to be okay. Like a lot of those people are just going to go back, but it fucking sucks.
No, I can see, but because it's where we are as a country and emotions being high with, the current presidency, emotions still being high after the election. And some people some people are going to draw a line in the sand and say, I don't want to support this. And it's totally justifiable.
You would think.
Yeah, some people are, and some people are just going to keep watching. And, I get it to a degree. I stopped watching football for a long time because I just didn't support what I saw. I did not like some of the stuff with Kaepernick, and there were other things that I just didn't support about football and a lot of the money that goes into football, and just it's just a bunch of stuff I didn't like. But every now and then I will peek my head and watch football, but it doesn't mean I still support everything going on in the NFL.
And I don't think people that still watch WWE are the fucking worst people in the world, or if they go to shows or all of this. Like you can react and deal with this however you want. I think that doesn't stop this from being a horrible company or any of those things. It's just such a touchy fucking subject at this point.
Yeah.
Appreciate that, Dex. Tenruza says the people saying they were disgusted continued live tweeting. Well, yeah, I think on Monday, I think it was okay for a lot of people,
It depends on what they were saying, because I think some people, it's fair to criticize and keep watching. Because I mean, even in what we do, it's people are going to criticize and then continue to cover it. But people have criticized the NBA for certain things they've done and continue to watch basketball and cover basketball, or people have criticized the entertainment business for the way that they've treated women and like Weinstein and a bunch of other things, and they've covered that critically and been honest about it, but they still are an entertainment writer. That's pretty normal.
Yeah, it's super normal. This is the most normal thing there is. Appreciate that, Tenruz. Grapple Geekery said, this is why I feel for folks covering wrestling. Yeah, it's hard, man. It's when you just want to focus on the graps and the things that happen bell to bell, it's hard because one, people want to hear, like when news happens, people are in Phil and I's DMs and fucking mentions and all this, being like, can't wait to hear what you guys have to say about this. Can't wait for Saturday. Can't wait for blah, blah, blah. So it's not like we could just be like, fuck all this, we're done here. Because people, beyond getting paid to cover it, people want to hear our responses too. So it's hard to exist in all of this.
Yes. I think sometimes people are so, like, that's why I said what I said about the Jimmy tweet, because people are like, oh, did you see this? And I'm like, I don't know. What do you want me to say? I don't.
Do we have to respond to every single thing ever?
Everything don't need my 2 cents, man.
No, yes. That's what I'm trying. That's the real thing I was trying to say.
Everything does not need my 2 cents. And I just think, I mean, with everything I said, I think that Jimmy was trying. I get what he was going for. I just wouldn't have done that, and I just didn't agree with the phrasing of it. I saw that he clarified, and like I said, I get it. I wouldn't have tweeted that right away, because at the time nobody wants to hear that, and like
was the main thing. Like, okay, even if you feel how you feel, this ain't the time to be saying that. Yeah,
emotions are high, and people, they're not going to want to see something that looks like, well, actually, he didn't even do anything criminal. No, nobody wants to see that.
What's really bad? Where's the line? It's like this. This is the line, brother.
Because I think what muddies it is, even if you're trying to put the correct information out, there are people that are saying, well, he didn't even do anything criminal, so what are you guys being mad about? And so they're just going to see that as you doing the same thing, even if that's not your intent.
Right.
It just looks that way. That's all. And
It looks like you're capping for them, even if you're not. Even if you're just trying to clarify, it looks like you're clarifying for a reason.
Yeah, and so that's why I'm saying, like, I wouldn't have done that.
Mm-hmm.
But again, he makes his own decisions. So everybody makes their own decisions in these things.
That was definitely one of those. Let me put my phone down and get away from this because it's not, like Phil's saying, my 2 cents isn't needed at this moment. Like, I don't need to, whatever I need doesn't need to be added to this.
No.
Appreciate that, Grapple. Vin Forte says, I hate all of this news. Give me the days when we only had a good old-fashioned war on Christmas. Your favorite Bush era right-wing fake controversy.
Yeah.
Vin's wildin'.
Favorite right-wing fake controversy. It might have been like the war on Christmas. I thought that was hilarious. They were mad at the Starbucks cups at one point. What do you mean happy holiday? I can't tell people Merry Christmas no more.
Dude, they were so mad. What do you mean I can't say Christmas? No Santa?
Yeah, I was like, I don't think anybody's saying that, but all right. Let's calm down.
It's gotten bad now with the anti-woke shit. Everything is something. It's like, all right, you guys.
I wish that people would forget that word because they're all using it wrong.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that's not what that slang came from, and you're using it wrong. And it's just annoying every time I see it. Like, people were trying to say the Superman movie was woke, and it's like,
right,
guys, shut the fuck up.
Everything, every new thing that comes out is some woke bullshit. And it's like, that's not what.
I hate it, man.
That's not. Appreciate that, Vin. Ben Sifner says, I am loving the show as always, guys. I will have to go back and watch the rest of the show later because I have to go to my Saturday money worship hour with my friends Nick and Paul. Y'all are so funny, Doug.
Yeah. Appreciate you.
Nick Khan being extra loud. I mean, he has been for the last couple of blah, blah, blah. But when he goes on his little tour and he has this little smirk and he's just like, his little smirk, Phil, it grinds my gears. I'll say that.
Yeah.
Because he's always like, you guys are fucking dumb. That's what it's always like, a smug, like, haha, we got your ass. And it's like, leave me alone, dog.
Yeah. The he was on Ariel was on his he's the best thing to happen to this company because look, the ESPN deal and look what this has done. And he's right. I do think that Nick Khan being involved in his company is a part of why the pop culture imprint has expanded in the last year. And some of the deals that they've gotten, like Netflix and ESPN, absolutely Nick Khan, but it's just something about the way that guy moves, like you said, the smugness and interviews and not a fan of it. It comes off away.
We didn't even get into the ESPN deal and how they're changing the model of their PLEs, and now some fans are going to have to pay $30 to watch the shows. It's I don't know, because I've read so many different articles. Some people saying that it's fine, you're going to be paying the same price that you were, and some people are saying you're going to be paying more. It just adding more, and the people being like, it's just another $30. What do you mean? It's not just another blah blah blah. Adding another monthly interest, monthly anything in these times, especially, just a wild move. But we talked on this podcast many a times, Phil. We knew that Nick Khan wasn't going to let this model of paying essentially $10 or whatever to watch a WWE PLE was going to last for long.
No. The most interesting thing I saw is a lot of people acting like, well, y'all act like $30 is a lot of money. Why do y'all, this drives me nuts about the internet. Why do people talk like they don't know normal people? They don't know normal people that are check to check, and where you're adding another $30 a month, that's another bill. It doesn't matter if it's just $30 in your mind. That's $30 that I now have to add to my monthly expenses that I don't want to add. It doesn't matter if I got it, I don't want to pay it. Like,
that's what I'm saying. Even if they got it, what is it? It's like, well, you got it. It doesn't, but I wasn't reserving this extra $30 for that.
Yeah,
And like trying to shame people and being like, y'all are broke boys. That's not what this is.
Yeah, people acting like, oh, y'all ain't got $30, y'all broke. It's like, but that ain't the point. Not
the point.
The fucking point. And so it's one of those. It's not the end of the world thing, but there's so many people. Like again, like I keep saying, not listening. You're not listening. You're just deciding, oh, this ain't a big deal. Y'all are just mad about anything. Y'all didn't even read the whole press conference, and so the whole press release. So I guess if you have cable. It's included in your cable package.
Who the fuck has cable is what I kept saying all week.
So, I think people prematurely predicted the death of cable. There's still a lot of people that have cable.
Yes.
There's still quite a few people that are cord cutters and are using streaming. But this is part of my point with the $30. If you are solely a streamer, you thought at one point, okay, well, I'll get this app and I'll get this app and I'm done. It's becoming more and more as a streamer. You're getting more and more things that you have to pay for. It's like, well, damn, I might as well have cable.
Yeah, straight up.
Because
I was so excited when AEW switched over to Max because it's a $10 service. It's blah, blah, blah. Anything that was making it easier for me was helping. But to try to add $30, like that price tag already, when I'm paying $10, and when this specific company has sold me $9.99 for so long, like it's hard to just immediately make that switch, even if it's just $30.
Yeah, and you're already like if you're paying for Max, or you're paying for Netflix.
Yep.
If you're Peacock, if you're like me, you pay for Apple Music. And whatever, let's just say you pay for, Hulu. You pay for, if you're an anime watcher, you pay for Crunchyroll.
Amazon fucking Prime.
Amazon Prime. That's 7 apps. You're adding another app to that. That's 8 apps. You're adding $30 to all of those apps I already added. And I mean, those apps, that might be $100 already in all those apps I named.
Denise was talking about hers earlier. She on Wednesday, and she named like 10 apps that she has active. I'm like, that's $100 without the ESPN thing.
That's what I'm saying. And so
these are $10 each.
When you add $30 to that, people are going to be like, I don't want to add more streaming platforms, and I don't want to pay $30 for another streaming platform. That's why I didn't pay for the Chicago sports thing.
Right, exactly. And the thing is, and I saw people getting mad. Wrestling fans only want wrestling. I saw a lot of people being like, it's ESPN. You can watch all the sports. There's people that are just going to subscribe to this for WWE, and that's it. They don't care about football, baseball, basketball. They don't care about other sports. They care about this shit.
Yeah. So I've seen this as well, that if you have Hulu, you have access to the new ESPN app. But it's been unclear on what that means. So does that mean if you have Hulu Live, do you have access to it?
I have I have Hulu through T-Mobile, like they give it to me for free, and I don't have access to the ESPN. So it's like a certain tier you have to be on.
I think it's if you have Hulu Live. Right. That's my guess. Because I've seen some people say if you have YouTube TV that you might be able to get it, but that hasn't really been confirmed either.
I saw a list of a couple of the, like DirecTV was on there. There's a couple of the whatever that it's going to be a part of.
Yeah.
But I was saying, like, if we got to do math and science to figure out if we can fucking watch it, that's not really the way you want to start. Can I watch this show? Yes or no? They're like, here's a chart. You're like, I need a chart to figure it out.
But yeah, bro, like if you just think about all the streaming platforms I have for wrestling alone, I've got like 4.
Yep.
Because I've got New Japan World, Stardom World, IWTV.
A lot of people have Triller. Some people have High Spots. Some people have the Deadlock Pro Wrestling has their own streaming service. Like it's like if you like wrestling, you don't want to add $30 more to your thing.
Yeah. So I wonder like I don't know, man. It feels like the streaming bubble is eventually gonna burst because it just like you've got so many streaming platforms you're paying for at this point, man. It's just like you might, like I said, you might as well have cable. You might as well just go ahead and pay for cable.
Yeah, because if you I'm lucky that I get Hulu, Netflix, and Apple TV are all through my T-Mobile account. But there's people that pay for all these things, so I only pay for Max at the moment, luckily. But like, there's so many things that are continuously going, and they want us to get new ones. And it's interesting how like it's not all of their content either, Phil. That's the other thing. It's like they're not saying get the ESPN app and you're going to get all of our stuff, because we're still trying to figure out where the libraries are going to go, and some shows are not going to go on ESPN. So it's so congested.
Yeah,
it's too much. It's horrible. I hate it. But we'll figure it out. You got it. You got it, Phil.
I guess
WWE did a couple of y'all got us this week. Y'all got it. What you
don't worry about it. You got $30.
It's just $30. Yeah. The homie Tenruza says, Reg, escapism is over these days. Shout out to Margaret Cho. I know escapism is not over. I'll put my phone down and leave.
Yeah. No, I definitely will escape into something. I'm not about to.
I'll turn that shit off. Put on an old TV. Put on Malcolm and Eddie. Shout out to Malcolm Jamal Warner, and just forget about all this shit.
Yeah, I laughed because somebody was like, Dad, how many of these 10-bell salutes are they going to do? And I was like, yeah, it's Hogan. Hogan means a lot to their company and a lot of the money that they made. So I get it. And they were like, yeah. And I was like, I only seen like one of them because I wasn't watching them show. I wasn't watching every single one of them.
You mean you didn't watch all 5 of them back to back? No, I'm like, arguably, this guy's the number 1 guy that was ever here. Who's really surprised? Like, we knew they were going to fucking give it up to him. They keep saying he's the reason for the dance.
Absolutely. So I knew that. I mean, that is what it is. But I also understand not wanting to celebrate this guy and maybe turning your TV off. It's fine.
Kendrick told us, man, turn your TV off. Turn the TV off. Turn all this shit off. The homie Dex says, by the way, I consider buying tickets for Cena's final show in Chicago. The worst seat in the arena was almost as expensive as 2 tickets to Wrestle Dream. Damn.
I haven't even looked at. You're talking about it. I think the SmackDown is going to be here in September. I have not looked at that.
Damn, and it's just a SmackDown now too. Shit, they get money over there.
All State Arena. That's been the whole ploy of this whole Cena farewell tour. Go buy a ticket, spend some money.
You got to see it before it's over. Don't miss out.
Yeah.
Damn. But hopefully you got those Wrestle Dream tickets, Dex. Appreciate that. The homie Tenruza says, a terrible company. Hope viewers get a spine. Turn them off. When people say watch and support the wrestlers is stupid, the Fed get those numbers.
Well, I don't know if you realize, Tenruza, but I have said for the longest, support wrestlers, not the company. Are you calling me stupid?
That's Phil's bit.
So I don't know. I just think it's not as cut and dry, man. Like, you act like people would just quit their jobs and people would just stop doing certain things because, oh, well, this company's bad. So just, if you work there, you're spineless because you won't quit your job. No, it ain't that simple. It's
not that simple at all. And the people that are like, how are the wrestlers putting up with this? They should go blah, blah, blah. I'm like, they can't just, what are you going to do? Go and storm into some office and say, fucking, if you put Brock Lesnar on, I'm not going to be on. It just doesn't. That's not really.
No.
It's not really not really the bit. Appreciate that, Tenruza. Dual Podcast Wrestling sent a super chat in Spanish, so I'm gonna come back to that one. I'm gonna translate it because I can't translate on the move like this. I'm not in the game like this, but I'm gonna get back to your super chat because I really do appreciate it. The homegirl Bianca Leia says, good day, gentlemen. Just curious, does the current Forbidden Door build doesn't feel so forbidden with the lack of New Japan, CMLL, and Stardom announcements?
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit last week. Yeah, everything happening so far, it doesn't look very forbidden. I don't know. I said I was going to wait till we get a full card, but yeah, the last few weeks I've been like, I don't know. This week's episode of Dynamite in general, I was just kind of like, I don't know. It didn't feel like much building to a pay-per-view.
That's how I'm confused because like the Forbidden Door card is good. Feel like the matches on there, I'm like, hey, this shit's gonna hit, but it's not a Forbidden Door card. Like the match, it's gonna be a sick AEW show. I don't know if that name is gonna continue to ring like it used to. You know what I mean? And everybody's like, well, it's because they did it around this time and All In thing and G1 and Stardom has a tournament. It's like, but do it, somebody figure something out. Like, I don't know what the communication seemed to be different this time.
Yeah, I do think like doing it in the middle of the 5-star Grand Prix and the G1 is part of the issue here. But I also think that some of the appeal of the Forbidden Door concept has just changed with the times because it's not as fresh as it used to be because we see so much crossover between these companies all year round. It doesn't feel like a special thing anymore.
I think that's the big point of it too. Is like the original appeal of the show was like AEW versus New Japan. We're gonna see somebody versus Okada. We're gonna see somebody versus Ospreay. We're gonna see somebody versus Naito. We're gonna see somebody versus this guy. The landscape of both companies have changed so much, specifically New Japan and what the big crossovers were. We get them throughout the year. CMLL's featured on the show pretty often. It's just totally different than what it originally was. Like it's almost all the time Forbidden Door, so you don't need the once a year thing, you know?
Yeah.
I'm almost done with my translation.
Man, you're like typing it into your phone manually?
Into Google, baby. Oh, no, I think this was a mistake because the translation goes to, maybe I wrote it wrong. Hello, I would like to apologize, but I would like to do this via video call.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what this is concerning. Maybe you could iterate somewhere else, but appreciate the super chat. Thank you. I do need to learn Spanish. I wish I could have got that faster. Tenruza says, embarrassing being a wrestling fan these days. Cena doesn't even say wrestling is the weird robotic Vince loving freak. He deserved this bad final year. It's not embarrassing for me. Like I just forget about those parts, you know?
Yeah. I don't think it looks good on what I don't think looks good on wrestling fans is the way that certain people are talking about it and the way certain people around wrestling are talking about it doesn't come off great. I think that part in itself is embarrassing.
Yeah, there's some embarrassing moments, and I think, but you have to some are like you have to know because thinking about like the Joe Budden thing, like he went on Monday and he was like, it was great. I had a great time. Like none of the things that people are mad at affect them or any of the other celebrities.
Because he don't know about it. The casual fans don't know. They don't.
Casual fans are just like, we're having a good time. I went in and fucking cheered and slapped hands and it was great. So,
yep. And even if you explained it to a casual fan, they would be just like, okay, but how does that affect me going to the shows? And that's why I'm like, when you say blanket things like, oh, everybody that goes to the shows and you continue to support this, you're an idiot. No, there are people going to these shows that don't know anything about it.
A lot of people don't. They probably know about the lawsuit, but not like in detail or like anything to really. They're probably in their brain. They're like, this is Vince's thing, and that's it. Like that's what does this, and Vince is gone, so we don't have to even care about that. And like, I hear you. They are at that casual point where it doesn't matter, and like, I can't be mad at people for that. Like, we're freaks and we know everything because this is our business and we get paid to talk about it and shit, and we can feel a different way. But casual fans are just there to fucking watch wrestling, and I think that's kind of the point. Dual Podcast Wrestling, Blake and Hercon sent the same super chat. Same. I don't know if this is a mistake. It's supposed to be for a different podcast.
I think you sent another one. I saw that was in English.
Really? Is it down here? Oh, maybe it was like in the chat. Oh, yeah. He said, I went to the bottom. He said, oh, come on, man. You didn't even try. Greetings from Argentina. I love your videos. I translated it straight from Google, my brother. Blame it on Google. Don't blame it on me.
Shame on you. But yeah, appreciate you.
Yeah, it's not me, but I do appreciate the super chats, and I'm trying to get better with my little Spanish. It's hard. Where was I? The homie Patrick says, if my brother gets it, I'll use his password, but I'm not watching the Triple Paul stuff. So watching it through other people. I mean, when people it's a way to support and not support, and there's a way that the companies are going to know that people are upset, but I don't think that matters.
Yeah, but that's why I'm like, I get people that are like, oh, I'm done. I don't want to watch anymore. I totally get it.
Yeah,
but I think when people act like, well, everybody should do that or you're part of the problem, I just don't think that's realistic.
Nah, I don't think so either. And there's like so much, again, that more than 2 wrestling companies exist for me. So like if WWE's fucking horrible, there's 10 other wrestling companies that I can watch. Support independent wrestling, can watch AEW, could watch Japanese wrestling, could watch European wrestling, could watch Mexican wrestling. Like it's not the end of the world. It's nothing for me.
Yeah, I saw some people tweeting that support independent wrestling. I saw that and then I looked at the profile picture next to it. I was like,
Were you thinking you first? We'll follow your lead, brother. And that's not like, oh, you guys like independent wrestling now. Yeah. Name one independent fucking wrestler.
Why are you gatekeeping, dog? What's wrong with you?
Listen, gatekeeping needs to happen, and I'm going to be the one. I'll stand right in front with it. Fuck off. Appreciate that, Patrick. Ben says, I just wanted to clarify that I'm going to worship the money of my friends Nick and Paul at mine and others' expense because I appreciate their generosity and genius. Listen, shout out to Nick Khan. He saved us. Triple H continuously saves us. He's always given up such great ideas. I can't wait to see the greatest Royal Rumble in Saudi Arabia, or the greatest WrestleMania in Saudi Arabia. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, I every time I remember Royal Rumble is in Saudi Arabia, it just makes me laugh. Like, man, this is where we are, bro. Dang, if Hank Hill can even go work in Saudi Arabia, this is where we are.
I was making the joke about the 2-night WrestleMania. I keep forgetting again, like you did, that Royal Rumble is going to be there. That's already official, man. What the fuck?
And Peggy kept calling it Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, they're going to get that money, though. Shout out to them. Thanks, Ben. Dan Jackson says, I watch UFC 2, and their deal is up now, too. Oh, yeah. UFC is negotiating. TKO somebody might get them from TKO. I heard that Disney is actually in the running to maybe make that bid. So I don't know. They're making money too.
Yep.
It's interesting.
Yeah, a lot of these people do not care about any of the stuff that we talk about all the time. All they care about is money. They don't care. Is it going to be profitable for me? That's it.
That's it. And like if you don't think it is, somebody else is going to think it is. You know what I mean? Like even if we lost one fan, we still are going to gain 10 more. And they're getting bigger, more mainstream stuff. So like the wrestling fans, it'll be fine if we lose a couple of them. They're replaced.
Bro, I keep telling y'all, they don't care about you. They're probably sitting around like, oh, some wrestling fans are saying they're not going to watch. They'll eventually be back. We want their money over there. They keep trying to show you that at every turn. Hey, that's cool. Those people over there, though, we want their money. Those people that are not paying attention, casual fans, those people that are like wrestling stupid or wrestling fake, we want their money. Look, it is not fake. It is fake. Look at Unreal. look, we're showing you it's not real. Give us some of your money now. That's what this is.
Budden said he likes it more that he knows that it's scripted. I'm like, all right.
Yeah, but he kept saying, I'll be back. And I was like, yep, I know. Did you? Well, never mind. I can't. I forgot. I saw a tweet in response to Joe saying he's interested in wrestling, and they were trying to do come over here, and I was like,
anytime that happens, anytime a celebrity's like, I had a great time in WWE, I love it here, and somebody's like, actually come to fucking Tennessee to watch this independent wrestling. They weren't saying that. That's not what they were. That wasn't what Joe Budden was saying. I'm interested in all pro wrestling now.
I had a great time. I liked the way I was treated over there. I had a great time.
Read between those.
You gonna treat me like that? If you're not gonna treat me like that, I ain't showing up.
Easy as that. Is there gonna be red carpet treatment? Yes. Real red carpet treatment though, not like bullshit red carpet treatment. I'll pull up. Are they gonna put me on TV? They're gonna blah blah blah. It don't happen like that in all the wrestling companies.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Appreciate that, Dan. Tenruza says, Phil, I am not saying leave their jobs. You are not stupid. I'm saying buy merch straight from them. Great. You watch Raw SmackDown. It's Fed that gets support.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think people. I don't know, man. I don't. When people are like, I still want to support my favorite wrestlers, and you go buy their merch through www.shop.com. It's when you get into how much does the wrestler get, how much does the how much does the company get? They're not going to get into that. This is my favorite wrestler shirt. I'm going to buy it. That's how they're looking at it. They're not looking at it like, oh, well, some of this money is going to the company that I don't like.
At all. And still support the wrestlers. They need it, man. Regardless of their shitty ass company being shitty, they still need to support.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw certain things being said. Yeah, never mind.
Appreciate that, Tenruza. Dual Podcast Wrestling says, can you make a reaction video for the Argentine wrestling company called 100% Lucha? I definitely like to check out more of their content. I haven't seen any of it, actually. Send me some of that stuff over, and I'll definitely see what it's about. Wrestling from different countries and different places is the way to go these days. If you don't want to support the major leagues over here, support somebody else. Yeah, also, Tenruza thing's kind of inspiring something. Maybe some of the people don't spend all your time bashing WWE. Maybe spend all that time uplifting another wrestling promotion that people don't know about. Uplifting a wrestler that you think should get the support. Some people use all their time to bad faith and fight WWE when they could be using that time for something good. And that's all of our super chats for now. I'm just like, if you dedicated the same amount of time to something good, and it could be worth something, but people don't be hearing that.
No. I totally believe in boycotting things, and your money is going to be the thing that changes things. They're not going to listen to you complaining on certain things. They're only going to pay attention to their money being affected. I totally believe that. But when you get into what is it that you can actually do for the wrestler that supports them that they don't have their hand in, just not a whole lot. Because remember at one point it was the cameos, and I'm pretty sure they get a percentage of cameos now. I'm sure. It's not.
Like, if you ain't sending money directly to their Cash App and shit, it ain't. If you're sending money to their wrestling character, their wrestling company's getting money for it.
Yeah, and most wrestlers that wrestle for WWE, well, not even most, all of them, they don't have anything like a big cartel where they have merch that they sell through something else. It's a percentage is going to go to the company.
Right.
So, and I mean, when you get into the weeds of the amount of companies that we give some kind of money to that is doing shady stuff, yeah, they're all doing something with your money that you don't approve of, man. It sucks.
If you want to boycott, you can, but you're gonna be living off the grid by the
hard,
time you finish. Yeah,
it's hard, man. Because I mean, I remember I had this whole conversation with a friend because they were like, "I'm getting rid of like all of the meta stuff on my phone because all of this stuff mines your information. It takes your data." And I was like, "Buddy, you have a phone, and none of your data is yours. It's gone. It's already gone. I don't know if you understand this, but that whole fight for our data, we've lost. It's over. Your data is gone. Your data is sold to somebody, buddy."
The amount of spam emails, and spam calls I get, my data is everywhere.
It's over. And they were like, "Yeah, but you know, this is one of the big culprits." I was like, "You use Google." Yeah, it's over. Bro, your data's out there.
Constantly having our phone on Find My iPhone mode and all those things. The satellites are connected to us. You think that's just staying in our phones? No way.
No.
It's in the world. It's in the clouds.
Yeah, that's a whole other can of worms that I don't really want to get into because it's scary stuff.
That's a fact.
It's a bunch of stuff that we don't agree with, and when you really understand how some of this stuff works, it's horrible.
I don't like it here.
Yeah. We give up a lot for convenience, and we pay for a lot of things. And when you think about where your money is actually going, it sucks. And there's a bunch of people at the head of a lot of these businesses that we support, whether it be Uber or a bunch of other stuff that you use all the time, that suck.
Facts. Uber's at the top. They suck. They're awful.
Yeah.
But what am I going to do? Not take an Uber?
It's a lot of things like that when you really think about it. If you really want to get into keeping your money in your pocket and not supporting terrible people, it's a long list, buddy. It's a very, very long list.
Like, I'm sure if we got deep into like StreamYard and the YouTube people, like it all goes somewhere wild, you know?
Yeah. Someday I want to like have the actual conversation about how a good amount of us just like tucked our feet in and just went back to Twitter.
Me.
Like, a lot of us were like, "Yep, Twitter never again," and a lot of us are back on Twitter.
Yeah, a bunch of us. You could go down the line. Starbucks. Remember, there's a big Starbucks boycott. I see people. All the time. That was supposed to be a thing. H&M was supposed to be it. I'm like, none of this is real, dog. It's not performance.
And I mean, some people stick their guns with it, but it's so hard, man.
I haven't been to Starbucks since those two black guys got harassed, but I understand why people have. It's convenient.
Yeah, of course. It's convenient. They're everywhere. Mm-hmm. I want a cup of coffee, and you walk out of a door somewhere, and it's right there in your face.
Yep.
Yeah. G1. The G1 Climax is still going on. Last time we were here was August 2nd. Since then, we've got some great matches from the G1. Night 11 took place right after we got out of here last time. Had some solid A block matches on that show. Bolden Olale took on Caleb Newman. Bolden picked up the win in that one. Ryohei Oiwa defeated Tai Chi. Sonata and his wacky outfits got another showing against Yuya Amura. That was a big rematch.
The Giant Gonzalez style bodysuit or whatever he was wearing. I was like, this nigga Sonata's out of his mind.
Yeah, he has been wilding with these fits, but it has been funny to watch every time. He's now doing like the different hair color and everything. funny guy. But yeah, he got a big rematch with Yuya Uemura. I love that Yuya has really had a resurgence in this tournament after the way he had to withdraw from the tournament last year after his injury. And so he's been really one of the standouts in this tournament. With that said, he did lose to Sonata on night 11. Got David Finlay.
He's still building momentum. It's working out for him.
Yeah, David Finlay, who is self-proclaimed saying that this is the greatest comeback in G1 history. He has had a complete turnaround from his early struggles in the tournament, picked up a win over Evil. And the main event, night 11, was Tanahashi taking on Yota Tsuji. Tanahashi picked up the win, which made that his 100th win in a G1 Climax.
When I saw that stat, I was like, that's a wild ass stat that he has that many victories in the fucking G1. And the fact that he's done it in his retirement year, I'm like, they just keep landing on these beautiful gems for Tanahashi, and I fucking love it. 100 victories in this tournament that's a lot of fucking matches, man.
Yeah. Staple in this company. And so it makes sense that he should have that. I think that this G1 run for him has been fantastic. It's not like he's winning all of these matches or like beating all these people or being dominant, but it's just been it's been so entertaining to watch. And at the end of this night, and him doing like the air guitar and he's like tearing up, I was like, I just don't know what this company is going to be like without him, man. Like, it just sounds crazy to think about New Japan without Tanahashi.
He's been so synonymous with this company for so many years, but specifically the last 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years. It's been like the company's built around him. It's going to move so differently in a year when he's not here anymore. It doesn't make sense. And the fact that they're still like building shows around his main events and things, it's like, no, he's still active though. What's going to happen in not that many months?
Yeah. And I mean, everything that's happening right now with him, and fans are just happy to see him. It just shows with the Cena stuff, like, yeah, maybe just on the way out, just allow people to appreciate this guy and cheer for him. It's easy. It's just people. That's what people want to do. And yeah, people are having fun with this farewell tour. I think it's been tremendous so far. Yeah. Can't wait to see what he does with the rest of the year.
Same here.
On night 12, Yoshihashi gave Konosuke Takeshita one of his toughest matches of the tournament. Yoshihashi, I do think it's very ironic that Goto is injured, and Goto has been having this Cinderella year. Finally won the IWGP Heavyweight Championship, and now in his absence, his tag team partner has been having this run of the tournament where he's winning all these matches and he's making people have to like dig deep in their bag to beat him.
Yeah, I don't know. Yoshi sent Goto a text. I was like, I got this. Don't worry. I'm going to represent for us still. And he's been representing for us still. Every time that I see him in a match and I'm like, this guy's still winning. He has a lot of points out here. Like, what the hell's going on? And I think more than anything, there's a lot of, in the years of the tournament, there's people that are guaranteed to be in the tournament and kind of just be there for being there. Yoshihashi was not just here to be here this year. Like, he came to fight. He came to make his mark. He's trying to fucking win this thing.
Represent. He been in that group chat with Goto, like, nah, bitch of mine. We outside still.
We got this, dog. Don't even worry. Rest up.
Represent. Yeah, this was a fun match. Takeshita did pick up the win, but man, Yoshihashi made him work for that win. He did. He made him work for that win. Ren Narita picked up a win over Great O'Khan. El Phantasma versus Drilla Maloney. Drilla Maloney is another one of those guys that has been one of the standouts from this tournament. Yeah. You can tell that they have plans for him after this tournament. I'm not quite sure what, but it does show, like, with the War Dogs, it seemed like they were trying to set up like some kind of storyline with that and Finlay, and I wonder how much that changed once Gabe Kidd had to withdraw.
Right, because it feels like they're using some of that Gabe momentum for Drilla, and Drilla's moving with that same kind of confidence and same kind of, I'll put New Japan on my fucking back right now. Like, I'm all about this, what's going on right here. His charisma and confidence that he's moved to this tournament with shows like, oh no, he wants the ball. Like, he wants to be a major player here. He doesn't want to just be some faction guy. And like you said every week, Phil, his finish is fucking hard. It's so hard.
Disgusting. Yeah, he looks like $1 million. He's been wrestling his ass off. Like, yeah, I'm on board. But the main event, Zack Sabre Jr. versus Shingo Takagi. Zack Sabre has been on a run once he started winning matches, and I feel like I feel like especially once he took on Takeshita, because Takeshita has brought out this side of a lot of the New Japan guys throughout this tournament. I mean, you saw it from the opening night with the match with Gabe Kidd, where Gabe Kidd took it personally, like, no, you're not a New Japan guy. Like, I represent this company. I waved the flag for this. You think you're going to just show up and do our big tournaments and get a dome match and you're a New Japan guy? No. And it's been so much that even he had to respond to that criticism and say, you know, I don't love this company as much as you guys, but I love pro wrestling. And every time I come here, I'm going to give it my all, which is great. But I also can still see why a lot of these other guys feel a way about him. And so I think Zack, as the champion, is like, nah, you're not just gonna come in here and then people are picking you as the favorite to win this tournament. No, you got to beat me. And ever since he beat Takeshita, he has been like talking cash shit every time. Like, nah, this dickhead thought he was gonna come here and beat me. Like, fuck out of here.
He totally flipped a switch when you can see it in that promo after he beat Takeshita, and he was like, you guys have had me fucked up in this whole entire tournament, and it's time for me to show y'all why I'm the IWGP World Champion. And everything beyond that, it's like, oh yeah, Zack Sabre Jr. is the IWGP World Champion, and he's fucking everybody up. Like, he's moving with a different level of confidence,
dominant, bro.
A different level of like, I'm tired of all the talk around the futures and outsiders and all these people that think they're going to take my spot, but this is my fucking spot.
Yeah. So yeah, came in with that same confidence against Shingo Takagi. Had a great match with Shingo. Shingo is officially on the bubble as of this match. He is close to elimination, and so Shingo came into this needing to win this match, but Zack Sabre Jr. beat him kind of handily at the end of the match. Damn. And you could see that Shingo, he needed this win, and you could see how devastated he was at the end of it. And Zack strutted out that ring like he could care less. He's like, nah. I'm gonna beat you. And he's been beating everybody with that sleeper or forcing them to tap. This is the version of him that is the best. When his confidence is at a high like this, and he's talking trash in the promos and stuff afterwards. This is what I want to see. This match was very good. You could see how much winning this match meant to Shingo, because he's running out of time. And at the same time with Zack, he's just now peaking and turning it around, and beating a guy of Shingo's caliber is another notch on his belt in the tournament. Yeah,
when they talk about New Japan and their place in wrestling, this tournament shows why New Japan is so New Japan. They're building stories through the tournament and through the matches, telling the story of Zack Sabre wanting to defend his crown, wanting to defend the company, not giving a fuck about who's in his way, kind of going through that. And that leading to some big showdown with somebody he doesn't know and he doesn't care. The big contrast between seeing the spectacle of WWE and what they bring and how they do their big matches, and then seeing all the matches in New Japan and G1 and how it's not about too much plunder. There's sometimes some shenanigans in the House of Torture match, but mostly it's just about when the bell rings, let's tell a story with these two guys on either what they've been doing at this tournament or what they do as a wrestler, and that's going to sell the tournament. It's like it's all based on wrestling, or wrestling being the final thing of whatever story we're telling.
Yeah, for my money, still the best wrestling tournament going right now. Nothing is topping the G1, and I think that they've done the best of like presentation in the tournament. They've done the best of like doing different styles and bringing all these different clashes of styles and presenting them in a way that it legitimizes them. Like,
right.
This is like all of these matches so far. This tournament has been very entertaining for me. I'm still picking Takeshi to win, but I think it's great that there's still some uncertainty on who could win this. They've done a great job throughout this tournament of making all the young guys feel credible. I think that's really the biggest success of this year's G1.
That's the thing.
Really promoting like all of the new up and comers and showing like why this guy is somebody you should have an eye on going forward.
Yeah, and them using like Tanahashi to put a lot of the guys over in the main event and kind of forward the stories too, I think has been great. Having Zach in there as the champion is amazing. Takeshita going on this kind of crazy run too of like being a lot of people kind of expect him to win, but also kind of a dark horse at the same time because he really like he's not as used to the tournament as others are. Another great story. He could still win this. I think there's just so much good coming out of what this tournament represents.
Yeah, I think they've done a great job with not just promoting how good Takeshita is and how he feels like this once in a lifetime performer, but on this stage with New Japan, it's given them the chance to tell the story with so many of their full-time guys. Like, I have a certain level of pride that comes with being a New Japan wrestler. And I want to be the guy that is the face of this company and represents this company because it means something different to me than you. You get to just come in here and have great matches and then go away. I'm here year round. Like that. No, this is like the promo Shota cut over the other day is prime example where he's just like, no, this is New Japan, and being here year round and putting this company on my back means everything to me. New Japan is the best company in the world. It's not AEW, it's not DDT or any of these other places you work for. You don't need to just come here and show up when you feel like it. Nah. This means everything to me.
Yes.
And that's how it should be.
Right, exactly. I was gonna say, anytime somebody goes this hard for their company, because Zach's on that same shit. It's like, I don't care about anything you guys are pitching. Gabe Kidd was on that same shit too. It's like, this is New Japan, dog. We care about this. We're here every day to defend this company. We want this company to be the best. We want to be the best in the world, and I want to be the best in the world at this company. So I think that's adding that passion, adding that kind of forbidden door energy to it has been great.
Yeah. Yes. So night what yeah, wow. What did do? Okay. Night 13. Phone just did something weird. But night 13, got Callum Newman versus Tai Chi. Evil took on Oleg, and I expected this to be just like another showcase match for Oleg. And it was just another Evil match. And it was the user full fucking shenanigans, and Evil picked up the win over Bo No Leg, and I was just like, all right. But yeah, Tanahashi picked up another win over Sonata. But real talking point from this night was Yuya Uemura versus Ryohei Oiwa. This match was awesome. One of the best matches of the tournament. Prime example of what I meant of them putting young guys in there and showing you like these two guys are going to be future stars for this company. Yuya has been on this special run in this tournament that shows you like this guy, he's eventually going to be a big, massive star. You can see how the fans are gravitating to him more and more. You can see he's starting to put it all together, just like his style of wrestling. He knows who he is as a wrestler now.
Yes.
And his promos are getting better. He's got it. And this match, bro, this match was so good. Just the holds back and forth, the counters. I'm sure you've seen this counter several times now. Or Oyo was trying to do that discus forearm.
That arm drag.
And he goes into the arm drag, into the arm. Ooh, that counter was cleaner, man. Come
hard,
on.
brother. There's something Yuya has like this intangible, like baby face quality that fans are slowly getting into. And the way that he works this matches, I'm like, oh, I see. When it gets to you're in the big main events, you're gonna fucking be so great at it, and the crowd's gonna be so behind you. Like, he already understands the little things, and that's such a hard, important thing to get. And he's already on the money with that. Like, he's on his way to being a big star here.
Yeah, this match was incredible. Oya was kind of in that same spot in some ways as Yuya, where he went on an excursion, but he went on a domestic excursion to Noah instead of going to America. And I think you can see the differences in how much Yuya has figured out, because he's added some of the sensibilities of working in the US and also working here. I feel like he's further along. Oya was still very good, but I think there's still bits of his in-ring style that he's trying to figure out.
Definitely.
And you can see that from, working with Zack Sabre and adding more of like the holds and adding more Sabrism to his style. And you could see that throughout this match with the holds he was using. But yeah, Yuya's going to be the guy eventually.
Yeah.
That guy is so good. Yuya Moore picked up the win here. One of those matches from this tournament. If you don't see any other match, Yuya Moore versus Ryohei Oiwa. Fantastic match, man.
Yep, I think what you described is what kind of separated these two wrestlers. Yuya knows who he is at this point. Like, like he's came into that wrestler that he wants to develop and flesh out. I think Oya was still figuring it out. Like, he's getting close to that point, but he's still trying to figure out exactly what his place is. This tournament is helping him out tremendously, though, having so many different opponents and having to continuously figure out different stuff for different guys. I think that's how you really become a complete pro wrestler.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, I think this was perfect, having these two young guys show out like this in the tournament. I thought both of them came away from it looking very good, and Yuya coming away with the win. I feel like he needed to win more at this point. That win is gonna carry him into the rest of this tournament like it should, because like I said, last year he felt like a guy that could make it into the playoffs, but he got injured at the worst possible time, and he's been having a great run of it this time.
I've seen so many people talk positively about this specific match. I'm like, this is what the G1 is about. It's like you get two hot young guys and they just fucking tear it up, and that's going to lead beyond this tournament. Like, this is like a star building performance right here from both guys.
Yes. David Finlay continuing his comeback in this tournament, took on Yota Tsuji in the main event. David Finlay's got to be feeling pretty good after he finally beat Evil on the last night of his tournament, and he's been another one talking the whole bunch like this is the greatest comeback either. Probably not as great as Jay White coming back and winning 5 matches and then going on to win the entire tournament, and then also going on to beat Kota Ibushi.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's as hot as that, but I hear what David Finlay's saying. He's up there.
Well, actually, I'm wrong. Didn't he lose to Kota? Yeah, he lost to Kota. I'm sorry.
Still was a generational run, though.
Yeah. And of course, like you can't think of Bullet Club guys in the G1 without Kenny Omega. He's the only Bullet Club guy that's actually won that won the tournament at the level he did. The only Gaijin, up to that point, that won the tournament before Zack Sabre came back and won it.
Go.
But yeah, David Finlay versus Yota Tsuji was fantastic as well. David Finlay is a much better wrestler than he gets credit for. I thought he worked a great match with Tsuji. He picked up another win. This guy is he's riding pretty high right now.
Yeah, David Finlay is on the list of most improved wrestlers for me. Like, he's way better than he was like a year ago. You can see that he's constantly trying to improve his character, constantly trying to improve his in-ring. Like, you could legit see it in his work. And like, if there was one point where I was like, why is David Finlay kind of in some of these positions? What's this nepotism shit? But no, he's totally like working to become badass. He's became way better than he was previously.
Very good wrestler, great promo. He knows exactly who he is as a character, and I think that that's a big part of this.
It's important.
His, his promos backstage have been great since he started winning. Yeah, I continue to say that we were all wrong about David Finlay. It's okay. We were all wrong.
I take it back.
But night 14 just passed. El Phantasmo took on Yoshihashi. Again, Yoshihashi giving El Phantasmo a bit of trouble to start this match. And then LP just pulled away from him and put him away convincingly to pick up a win. I believe LP is officially out of contention, but he needed a big win like this in this tournament because he's had some troubles. Zack Sabre Jr. took on Drilla Maloney. Very British style wrestling match. Looking at Drilla Maloney, you would not think this guy's from the UK. It always cracks me up when I realize he's from the UK. But yeah, there's so much of this match was built around the British style of wrestling, and these guys, this is their first big matchup on this stage. And Drilla Maloney had a great match here, but Zack Sabre Jr. is still on a run. Zack Sabre Jr. officially has 12 points. I believe he leads all competitors. At this point, he's guaranteed a spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, like we were talking about a little bit ago, he's on a crazy run. There seems like there's nothing that could stop him right now. His confidence level is at an all-time high with him being the world champion. Yeah, him and Drilla got some. I mean, Zack seems to have a good chemistry with a lot of these people, and it just might be with the groove that he's in right now, because I'm like, damn, this was turning up with everybody.
Yeah, great chemistry in this match. I definitely think we'll see this matchup again. Drilla Maloney pulled out a few things we haven't seen him do in New Japan yet in this match. But yeah, Zack forced this guy to tap out. And it felt like it pained him, but had no choice but to tap out to that arm bar.
Tap or snap, baby.
Shingo Takagi picked up a big win over Ren Narita to keep himself in contention. He needed Shota to lose in the main event and some other things to pay off in his way in order for him to stay in contention. And then the main event happened. Shota Umino versus Konosuke Takeshita. I did not know what to make of this because this is one of those big tentpole matchups for Shota. And I think Shota has been very good in this tournament. I think he's wrestled very well. Yeah. I think there's still some things to be unsure of with Shota, but the wrestling itself has been pretty good.
Yes, I think that I was always like, Shota has to start laying it in. He has to add a little bit more intensity, and both those things have been improved in this tournament specifically. So he's trying to get to the point that he needs to get into.
Yes, he looks great. He's in great shape.
Great shape.
And so he came into this match with something to prove as a guy that wants to be the face of New Japan. You're going up against a guy in Konosuke Takeshita who is a favorite to win this tournament. And he's been kind of like the guy to have great matches with throughout this tournament. And so Shota came into this with something to prove. And there are parts to this match that are kind of clunky. There are parts where the chemistry is a bit off, but the story is really the best part of this match. The story of Shota coming into this as a guy that had an embarrassing performance in a G1 last year and then went to the Dome in the main event and lost, and still feeling like I'm not going to be deterred. Like, this means everything to me. I want to be the guy for this company. I want to be the guy that lifts this company up on my shoulders. And in order to do that, I have to prove that I can compete on a level with a guy like Takeshita. And so Takeshita's giving him everything he has. This match is going along, like it's getting into his paces. Shota Umino picked up the win, guys. Shota Umino beat Konosuke Takeshita in the main event. And afterwards, he gave an inspired promo because the entire story of this is he is going to show him the real New Japan. He's going to show him what it is to wrestle for New Japan. So I thought it made all the sense in the world, even if the match wasn't perfect. Sometimes it was a bit sloppy. The whole idea behind this was him showing him fighting spirit. It doesn't matter what you come in here and do. Doesn't matter how hard you hit me. Doesn't matter what flashy move you pull out. I am going to beat you because this means more to me.
Right. And everything, they've already put the thing of New Japan on my back. They put me in big main events, and I have to show that some guy can't come and take my spot, because they're talking about Takeshita coming and take his spot. And Shota had to show, like, no, it's not that time. I'm still learning. I'm still trying to figure this out. And it's going to take a lot more than some momentum to beat me. That's what I like. This is the Shota that needs to be shown. But like you were saying, there are some clunky moments. There are some moments that you could see he's still trying to figure it out also, like we talked about with a couple of the other wrestlers.
Yeah, I think, like, even with the flaws in this wasn't one of my favorite to catch the matches in this tournament, but it was absolutely one of my favorite Shota matches in this tournament because the storytelling was so good. And I mean, you could see throughout this match, because of what Takeshita represents to the New Japan guys, you could see more and more throughout this match that crowd wanted Shota to win this match. Throughout, they were pulling for him. And after he won, he's been doing this where he walks around in the crowd and he's like, dog, him walking through that crowd, you would have thought none of that stuff at Wrestle Kingdom happened. They loved this guy. They were enamored with him after he won this match. When he got to the end of the ramp and he was like, all right, konnichiwa, arigato, and he walks out, and they were thrilled with this guy. And I'm like, that's what this was supposed to do for him. That's what the G1 run is supposed to do for him. And that's what it means to have this kind of match with somebody of Takeshita's caliber and be like, nope, I want to be the guy that comes out here and puts on this kind of performance and gets people to believe in me and gets people to come to these shows, that sells out these buildings. And this is why I kept saying after the Wrestle Kingdom match, I'm not ready to sell my Shota stock just yet. He can still get there. We've seen crazier things in wrestling. He can still get to the point they want him to be.
Definitely. And with New Japan, you just have to, like, if the wrestler is willing and can get to the point you think they can, New Japan has a system and storylines and years to set wrestlers up. Shota's been set up. He's been put in these positions. But if you have a great G1 run and you get the fans behind you, that could mean more than anything. Like you said, they'll forget about the Wrestle Kingdom stuff. They'll forget about that stuff if you just give them what they want. And Shota's been giving them what they want. Like I said, he's improved in the ring. He's improved his body. Like, he's trying to become that top guy like he knows he should be.
Yeah. Great main event. Everything about it I loved. The promo after it I loved. And then even when he was talking backstage, and that's when he gave the response of, like, I don't care where else you wrestle. Like, this is New Japan. This is the greatest wrestling company in the world. This isn't DDT. This isn't All Elite Wrestling. We're better than all of those places. And I just got out there and proved to you why. Love it. As a big New Japan fan, loved it. So far, Block A, Yuya Uemura and Evil are tied for first place with 10 points. Yota Tsuji is still in the mix with 8 points. He is in a tie with Bolden Oleg, Ryohei Oiwa, Callum Newman, Hiroshi Tanahashi, and David Finlay. David Finlay needs to win his next match to move forward. If he loses, I think he is officially out. And his next match, which I believe is tonight, it's in the morning, August 10th. He's got a match coming up with Yuya Uemura. That is a big rematch from their feud before. Both of these guys need to win their matches. Yuya, it doesn't need it as much because he has 10 points. David Finlay needs to win this match or he is out of the tournament. So I think it's great that the guy that is the obstacle for him moving forward is Yuya Uemura.
And Dave's been trying to tell this comeback story. You really got to come back tonight, brother.
Yes. We've also got Tanahashi versus Evil as a culmination to stuff even from Wrestle Kingdom up to this point. So that makes a lot of sense for this as well. Yota Tsuji is taking on Callum Newman, and Ryohei Oiwa be taking on Sonata. That makes a lot of sense with their styles, what Sonata represents. It feels like we're getting into the final stretch of the tournament. So they're setting up a lot of the story elements from earlier in the year and the culmination of the tournament.
It's what's great about New Japan is they're going to bring it back. You think like there's no one-offs, there's no nothing. The stories are going to be told some more eventually.
Yes. In Block B, Zack Sabre Jr. is leading the pack with 12 points. Like I said, he's leading all competitors. As of right now, he is in the playoffs. Ren Narita is right behind him with 10 points, along with Shota Umino and Konosuke Takeshita. Right below them, Drilla Maloney and Great Khan are still in the mix with 8 points.
Yeah, the Block B stuff has been when they were kind of gridlocked and everybody had the same stuff. I was like, where's this leading to? And now it's kind of being fleshed out as we're getting to the end of the tournament. Zack Sabre's taking control. Takeshita's still kind of in the mix. It's really interesting on that side.
Yeah. As of now, I think for night 16, let's see, they have the B block matches set. Konosuke Takeshita will be taking on Ren Narita. Then Great Khan versus Shota Umino. Zack Sabre Jr. versus Yoshihashi. Shingo Takagi will be taking on Drilla Maloney in the main event. As you know, that was big. That was Drilla's big breakout performance, getting the win over Shingo earlier this year. So it makes sense for that to be one of Shingo's last matches in this tournament. Even though Shingo's out of contention, getting the chance to avenge that loss against Drilla from earlier this year. They really put Drilla on. That feels like at least some way for him to come out of this tournament with something, even if he's not gonna win the tournament, being able to get that win on Drilla, it's gotta mean something to him.
And play spoiler, as they say, stop him from getting more points. Yeah, I feel like that's a good move for Shingo on this point.
Yeah, and the Great Khan stuff, of course. Great Khan right after right after Wrestle Kingdom. Shota had the match with him. That was the hair versus hair match. Humiliating loss for Shota. He was forced to cut his hair. So, of course, the story element here of him having to face him in one of the last G1 matches if he wants to move on to the playoffs makes a lot of sense. I do think that Shota is going to pick up the win this time. Shota will be in the playoffs. I'm starting to think he's going to make it to the finals too.
Yeah,
know, man. There's something about it. I'm starting to feel like he could make it to the finals. Even though I've picked Takeshita this entire way, because Shota and Takeshita are in the same block. Starting to feel like Shota might make it to the finals.
Oh, shit. I still think Takeshita has a pretty good thing, but I don't know. Shota, the momentum and motion he's been moving the last couple, I'm like, I don't know. They could be trying to get us back to something.
I don't know, man. It feels like fans are starting to connect with him more. As a Japanese fan, starting to connect with him more. So I think there's a very good chance that he can make it to the finals. But Takeshita still my pick to win.
Right.
He's in a tough block though. He's in a block with Zack Sabre Jr., Shota Umino. It's gotta be tough.
Good problem to have for New Japan. People finally almost fully getting behind Shota, you know?
Yeah, I would like Yuya to make it out of A block, but they've got Evil in there, and I'm not so sure.
Evil being in the mix is sick.
Yeah, but great tournament so far. I've been loving this. It's a great palate cleanser for me. If I don't like what's going on TV during the rest of the week, I can just go, oh well, I'll just stay up for the G1 matches, and those are gonna be fun.
Works every time. Just like, oh yeah, this is what wrestling is. No matter what, there's not any American TV politic bullshits around in it. It's just guys getting in there and fucking wrestling.
Yep.
It's been great. Shout out to the G1.
Refresh and see if we have any more Humper chats left. I don't think we do.
Oh, they got a good number of super chats.
Okay, we got one from Rafael Garcia. We got one from Rafael Garcia. He says, "Man, I'm sick of big companies making wrong decisions. I don't care how big of an institution these companies are, but sometimes you have to stand up for what's right. Why is Shooter beating Takeshita in a G1? This is silly, and Gator will pay for his crimes."
I didn't think this was where this was going, but I do love that it went here. Oh man, let's Shooter get his shit off.
I thought it made sense for Shota to win. I love the story element that the two guys that main evented Wrestle Kingdom both went into the tournament and beat Takeshita.
It's a story to be told there.
Yeah, I like it. That's all of our Humper Chats.
That's all of our Humper. Okay, we got some super chats before we move forward. The homie R Do It says, "Happy Grapstor Day. Brodito is so over. My God. Also, idea for your channel. You and Will explaining nerd lore to Reg. First ep is Power Rangers. LOL."
Yeah, that would be. I'm sure that he would be confused by all of it.
Definitely. It's so deep, man. Like some of the animes, like I'll be trying to like read up on what the animes are and I'm like, it's too much. Like I need like a refresher course before I even get into it. So, but appreciate that, I'll do it. That could be a thing. Tenruza says, on a happy note, Wardlow might be back soon. Is that a happy note? You clamoring for Wardlow, Tenruza?
He was backstage in Cleveland, right? I think that's what he's talking about.
Dude, that story thing was so funny. It was just like, oh yeah, he was here not because he's gonna have a match, just because he lives here. Yeah, Wardlow lives in Cleveland, that's why I was here. I don't know. Like I look at the shows and I'm not like, you know what, this show's missing? Wardlow. But that's just me.
He should just come out every week with the American Gladiator theme. Dun, 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 dun.
Now I'm in. Like if he's the new Nitro, I know there's going to be that new one. Like that, he probably can come back after that because I think he's going to gain a lot of fanfare being on that and get over. So I don't think it's over for Wardlow.
No, we've seen a lot of wrestlers reinvent themselves, so I would never say it's over for the guy.
Right, and I think he has the size and the look and all the things to get back. Appreciate that, Tenruza. Grapple Geekery says Nazis tried to unalive my grandfather in World War II and did to some of his friends and other comrades. It was and always will be easy for me to stay off of Twitter, which is, I definitely understand that. If you're off of there for the reasons that are all presented, I'm like, yeah, totally. Twitter's fucking awful.
Awful.
The homie Elon is pitching some nasty stuff over there, and I don't understand why. Some of the stuff I'm like, you could say that on here, and you can say that on here.
Yeah, I still think it's very dumb that you can't actually block people now. You block people, and they can still see your tweets, which is stupid. Like, because if I'm blocking you, I don't want to interact with you in any way. I don't want you to see my tweets. I want to get rid of this guy, but blocking somebody does not get rid of them all the way. It's stupid.
It used to be you block somebody, they couldn't do anything. Now they can still they say you can't interact, but they still totally can. That thing be fucking lying. I'm like, well, how do you're not even supposed to see this?
You can still screenshot my tweets after I block you and still do stupid stuff. That's why I'm like, no, but I'm blocking you for a reason. But yeah.
That's the platform. So I totally understand, Grapple Geeker. Appreciate that. Tenruzas also says Naito and Bushi going to debut for AEW at Forbidden Door. I wouldn't think so.
Yeah, there was some interesting Naito stuff this week. Naito saying that he really would like to wrestle, but it feels like the U.S. is not an option right now because of visa issues. Mm-hmm. And I don't know what's going on there.
I think because I'm just trying to think of the G1's over like a week before Forbidden Door, right? I think it's over on like the 20th or something. I'm like, I don't know if they're gonna get any extra things added on to to that. So, I mean, I hope so. I do want to see Naito somewhere. I do want to see Bushi in somewhere. So I hope they get it all figured out.
Well, Naito's a free agent. He doesn't have to wait till the G1's over.
Right. So, well, hopefully he got his body stuff figured out because I know he was fucked up for a while there. Appreciate that. Dual Podcast Wrestling says, what do you think of Falkbach, Logan Paul, Ward's, Sabe 99, Santos Wrestling, or me as content creators in the world of wrestling?
I don't know who some of these people are. Not a
Same
fan
here.
of Logan Paul.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know any of those people, but keep doing your thing, keep grinding, keep moving forward. It's pro wrestling. Eventually, it's gonna all work out for you.
Some of the sound bites from the Logan Tiffany Stratton interview were hilarious. When they were like, "Hey, you want to talk about Hulk Hogan?" And she's like, "No, thanks. I've been canceled enough. You're not gonna get me. Leave me alone."
I do like how she Harlem shaked out of that. That was perfect. But yeah, keep going, man. It's all about consistency. Grapple Geekery says, that said, I feel for those who need X for work. Yeah.
There was a lot of people that stay on there for work related stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately,
it's still a great tool for some things for marketing, and some people still accept news and information over there, but it's a hellhole. It's a hellscape. Dual Wrestling Pod. I don't know if they keep having you send your things twice or if they're charging you twice, but he sent the same super chat. And again, don't know these people, but I hope that you guys are having a great time. I hope that you continue to do your thing, because you need all kind of different voices in different spaces out here. That is all of our super chats.
Yeah. Abby Humper chats left. AEW Dynamite this week. I was I don't want to say it felt like an episode, but it did kind of feel like, okay, we got to put all of these pieces on the board and get these things in place to get to next week.
Mm-hmm. It feels like I was saying, I think the card for Forbidden Door is good, like great. I think the matches are going to be fire. And I think particularly this episode had some great wrestling on it. Like the Young Bucks versus Brodito was fucking fire. Like everything I could want out of wrestling matches. I think Mike and John Moxley was super fun. Like I think there was a lot of fun things happening, but thinking of trying to build to the show and the build not being that great, I'm just trying to feel like trying to figure out where the show's going completely beyond Forbidden Door, I guess, is the thing.
Yeah. I think this was the first time in a few weeks where the focus wasn't centered around Hangman. Hangman didn't open and close the show like he has been for the past few weeks. And I think it showed. Like, and that's why I said it kind of felt like filler, because it felt like, okay, we're setting up more pieces for the Hangman and Max stuff for next week.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's not that this episode was unimportant, because we did get stuff like the tournament match with the Young Bucks. We did get the Fatal 4-Way to set up the 4-Way for Forbidden Door for the TBS Championship. But like I said, it just felt like some of the characters that we expected to get like any like development or anything here, it's like, oh, well, tune in next week for this part of it. It's like, yeah, okay, gotcha.
Tune in next week. That's the thing. And the thing I do like that they we kind of talked about it last week. Max is involved in a lot of stories. He's involved in 3 or 4 different storylines. They officially exiled him from the Hurt Syndicate fully this week. I'm still kind of confused on how we got there so quickly, but also not that confused as to why we got there so quickly. So that was fun.
There's some stuff in the report that I don't know. Yeah, I still like the Max stuff. I think that they did a good job of at least getting out of it, but it does feel like it happened too soon.
Mm-hmm.
I think all of the segments with Max and Hurt Syndicate since they kicked him out were good, but it just feels like there's still stuff you could have done with them.
Mm-hmm.
And I kept thinking like, nah, this can't be it. They've got some other things, but this stuff this week feels kind of definitive.
That's what the whole time I was like, no, maybe they're teasing. Maybe this week they were like, nope, it's over. Hey, have fun. Like, nice knowing you. We're not going to beat you up. You're just finished here. And I'm like, okay, I understand. And then like you say in that report, they're saying somebody in the group, but it wasn't MVP. I'm like, what are you guys saying?
I think they said it. I think they were like, nah, it wasn't MVP.
Okay.
Yeah. I like that. I like that they even play into that with the segment because MVP is like, yeah, listen, I do care about you. I do see you as a friend, and that's why I don't want you to succeed in winning and getting the world title, because Bobby Lashley is going to come for you, and it's going to be personal because that guy does not like you.
Right. Yeah. Great story to tell. Great to go along with whatever rumors and innuendo we've heard this week. I'm like, oh yeah, I like that. It just kind of sudden, kind of abrupt. I thought we were gonna get to slowly walk into a different. I always thought it was gonna end with Max and Bobby Lashley having a match, but I thought we were gonna take a little bit longer to get there.
Yeah, I don't know. I still think that the Max Hangman stuff has been the best direction going forward out of all of this. But like I said, the stuff this week, it kind of felt like, all right, well, let's wrap up this Mark Briscoe stuff and then let's get there. And I don't know that we needed to go the scenic route and do that, but I know you got to fill the episodes in between Forbidden Door. And that's why, like, I was surprised when people were talking about the number that AEW hit, and I saw people saying, well, it's because people are tired of WWE, so a lot of people tuned in AEW to watch something different. Maybe because I thought last week's episode was better, and I thought like tuning in for this week's episode, maybe that'll help. And I was surprised, like I said, just like the number and the way people were talking about this episode, because I was like, I thought it was okay. I thought last week's episode was better.
Yeah, I don't know the numbers. This is why I'm starting to land on your side, Phil, of like, they don't fucking matter. Who cares about them? Because like, it never matches like how I feel about the show. Or like, I guess the thing, it never makes sense. Like, this number doesn't make sense. Like, why did this happen and next week's going to be totally different? I'm like, this is why we shouldn't care about them, because I can't figure out like the patterns or anything or why this thing happened. So it's like, I watch the show on fucking Max. They don't fucking register my number. So what does it matter, you know?
Jid talked about that on the album, how people think that they are record executives now. And that's when I'm like, listen, I'm not equipped to tell you what these numbers mean, why these numbers have changed. I don't know. I'm just a guy that watches the show every week like you guys do.
Yeah, as soon as Jid said that, I was like, wrestling. Because there's a bunch of people that are like, let's check these numbers. And I'm like, dog, these numbers, you don't have nothing to do with these numbers. These numbers don't affect anything. The wrestling was fucking hot, so that's all that matters.
Yeah. Yeah, like you said, I think the show itself, the Dynamite, Dynamite has been good coming out of All in Texas, and I do think so far the card for Forbidden Door looks good. I do think that some of this with the show being in this position and the timing of everything and not going from All In to All Out and having Forbidden Door in between it, it's kind of hurt the build a little bit.
It has,
but we'll see.
Yeah, because it was funny last year and the previous years when All Out was immediately after All In, it felt like it maybe was too congested. But now I'm like, no, maybe that was making things move through a little smoother. Because now it feels like a little, like you're saying, like lull of like, okay, we're getting to Forbidden Door, but then we have injuries and we have other companies doing stuff. So there's like all this kind of stuff in between. And we just came off our gigantic show and we're still trying to have people digest that. It's just a kind of interesting time right now. The matches and everything are still killer, but like trying to figure out the totality of everything has been interesting.
And you've got Ospreay on most of the posters for the show. It's taking place in the UK, and he's not even on the show. because he's injured. So yeah, I just think the other part of it too is having All Out right after All In. It wasn't always perfect because the shows felt like they were too close. But I did like that they were trying to take things from All In and having it pay off on All Out, for example. And I think that helped it. When you've got a show like Forbidden Door in the middle, and you already are starting to build for something because you're starting the Copeland and Christian stuff in the middle here. So you're trying to juggle and you're trying to build to All Out in the middle of this, but also trying to build certain things to Forbidden Door. It's a little convoluted.
They'll figure it out though. Hopefully when they get the full card fleshed out and kind of figure out where all the players go. Like I said, it's gonna be a dope show. Like they got all the pieces. It was interesting how like no Ospreay kind of mentioned, and he's still kind of. This show was supposed to be all about him, and it looks like it's not going to be all about him. Unfortunately,
like I have no idea who his opponent's going to be at this point.
Fuck, Ospreay, where are you?
Yeah, I mean, I thought they had it. It made all the sense in the world where Goto was champion, but now Goto's not champion. I don't know. Are they gonna try to run back Zack Sabre Jr.? We've gotten that match at Rev Pro before. I don't know if you want to run that one back. I don't know. I don't know what the big Ospreay match is going to be.
Gabe Kidd was probably going to play a big part. He's also injured. Injuries are fucking everything up too. So,
yeah, yeah. I have no idea what the match is. Is Hangman going to be a part of? Well, it seems like the Hangman match is probably going to be the Max match.
Right. And is that a Forbidden Door? Like, I don't.
Yeah, it seems like that's going to be the Forbidden Door match. And it seems like they're setting up Darby versus Mox for Forbidden Door as well.
Right.
So, yeah.
They might have to change the name is where we're going to land. Because those are going to be great matches, but those are all AEW matches.
Yeah, Tanahashi is supposed to be on the show. He's already announced he's going to be on the show. It makes all the sense in the world. This is going to be his last Forbidden Door. He coined the term Forbidden Door. So what is the Tanahashi match on this show? We haven't figured that out yet.
Maybe he'll just be the big Forbidden Door thing since he coined it and he's so synonymous with it. But who are you going to put him in there with?
He's going to wrestle Hangman? Well, because the whole start of the build to Forbidden Door is him wanting to challenge and either hold the AEW World Championship at Forbidden Door or challenge for the belt at Forbidden Door. So maybe this is how we get to the Hangman match.
Like I see, again, the G1 still going on, and that's only getting a full week essentially for promotion is going to be hard, but people wouldn't be mad at it.
Yeah. Yeah, because the only reason I don't think it's going to be a Tanahashi match is because it sure seems like the Max match is going to happen there. So
the build is going towards the Max match.
Yeah. They've been having them interact for weeks on TV. It's the same way they've been doing the Tony and Athena stuff. So I couldn't see them not doing that match at Forbidden Door now.
Right. I mean, they could hold out to All Out, but I don't know why they would with how they've been going so hard at it.
Yeah, I don't see them pushing it off for All Out. They could, but then because you're doing an interaction between them next week. So I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it feels like next week they're going to be like, all right, at Forbidden Door, we're going for this.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yes.
So
what are you doing with Tanahashi on this show? I wonder. Like,
Kenny?
I don't know. Is Kenny gonna be ready by then? I don't know. We haven't heard anything about Kenny since All Out. Sorry, All In.
I haven't heard shit.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think anybody else in that company that would make sense Forbidden Door to have a big Tanahashi match other than your champion. It feels like they could use the G1 to set up a Takeshita match for Forbidden Door, but
That's true.
I don't know.
That could work. Because you would want to get Takeshita on there, you know?
Yeah. All right, we'll see. We got 3 weeks left. Well, not even really 3 weeks because it's August 24th, right?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Sunday the 24th at 10 a.m. for me. Yeah, it's coming up.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't think we have any more Humper chats. Last time I checked, there weren't any.
We don't have any supers either.
No, we don't have any more Humper chats. That's all of our super chats, right?
Mm-hmm. That's everything.
Well, it has been it's been a spill. It's been complicated conversation in some ways, but it is what it is. This has been Grapsody. Appreciate you guys as always. Appreciate you guys sending in your super chats, your Humper chats. Appreciate you guys watching. I'm Phil Lindsey. It's Righteous Reg. We are out of here.
Peace.